All right, welcome back. Today we vibe code and do a little Q&A. I want to work on Promtbrowser, something I talked about on Wednesday. Let me make sure we're actually live here, as well as we'll touch on Clawcrib a little bit. There we go, perfect. Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience with today. Had a late start to the day, and then ran into some networking issues here right before the stream was supposed to start. So had to resolve all of that. Let's make sure that the comments are enabled for social stream here. Close that out, reopen it here. Yeah, and I hope everyone got the message. You know, if I'm running late, I'll make sure to add a note as to why and, you know, what's going on. All right, we should be live. How's everyone doing today? All right, so I just created a new database for Promtbrowser for us to start vibe coding with. We updated Gemini. Don't need to update Claude. I know that's good to go. So we'll bring these down here a little bit. And I do want to spin up Claude within the Promtbrowser app here. Yo, what's up? Okay, I can't pin comments. Let me fix this real quick. I see everyone's comments rolling in. There we go. There's just a slight delay. Scrumptious Dev. Hello, hello. Welcome. Nutcracker. Welcome. Hope you guys are doing well today. I'd love to hear how's everyone's, you know, first few days. Did you follow along on Wednesday, or were you more so just watching to kind of prepare for building your own? And you know, today, since, listen, I don't want to touch it, but let's go take a look and see what happened the past few days. Let's do a hard refresh. I mean, that's the ultimate lore. I did have a ton of espressos today, so full transparency. Claude code, right? Claude had an issue, and then they reset what day of the week your weekly usage resets. I don't know if you guys noticed this the previous week. So normally my weekly usage would reset Saturday at 1 a.m. So Friday, I would kind of finish things up for the end of the week. Well, last night I noticed I had a ton of extra usage. So I was like, let me stay up and just vibe. Additionally, I had, you know, it wasn't a part of our contract, but I had an old client of mine reach out. They had some issues with email hosting. Looks like their IT department didn't handle something. Long story short, I got some billable hours in last night as well. But on top of that, my weekly usage reset at 4 a.m. So as you could imagine, I was up until 4:30. I think I finally closed my eyes at about 5 or 5:15. So I had a late start to the day today as well because of what time I went to bed. Oh, man. Right on, right on. Hey, I'm happy to hear this. Thank you for being here. I'm just so glad it's bringing value. That's the whole purpose here is just to bring unfiltered, you know, value, not behind a paywall. Everything's going to be for free. So, yeah. Hey, let's go. I know you've been busy, man, but I tip my imaginary hat off to you. You're wearing a lot of hats right now in the family. And as I mentioned before, I'm just hoping for a speedy recovery. Hey, people, yeah, the building skills video you posted. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And one thing I realized after I posted the video is I didn't set the thumbnail, so I fixed that. And I forgot to shout out Derek. Because while it was on my list, so I want to give a big shout out to Derek here in the community. And I want to show what my skills directory was inspired from. So for those of you in the Discord, if you go into general chat and check the pinned messages and just scroll up, you'll see that Derek shared, I think he called it a skills directory. Let me just fix this here real quick. So if you just scroll, I'm always pinning golden nuggets of things I discover and learn, but Derek also shared a lot of his early builds here. And where was it? I think it was this one. No, that's the model council. I hope it's okay that I'm sharing this on the stream, Derek. Let me know if it's not. It's kind of too late, isn't it? was it? Skills inventory. And I'm like, man, this is brilliant. I want a place to visualize my skills. So I built out, shout out Derek, the inspiration of how mine came together. But you know, it's been a game changer for automations, attaching and creating skills for each particular agent and underlying sub-agents. I've been finding that there's less mistakes, right? So it's just solid. It's just solid. Yeah, you know, listen, I love what I do. I enjoy what I do. I did retire from the IT industry for a reason. I got tired of that type of work. I want to be as thoughtful with what I'm about to say as possible. Listen, I'm very grateful for all the years and all the clients over the years trusting me to manage and deploy new servers in their environments. But, you know, IT support just long-term wasn't for me. It took a lot of time away from, you know, one being that I love the most. And if you're just following along, you know, I lost my dog in the beginning of 2021. She was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. The end of November is when I discovered the tumor of 2020. And I was working crazy hours back then. And that's what inspired me to really disconnect, reevaluate my life. So I retired from the IT industry because it took so much time away from spending time with my dog. And, you know, a few years of limbo and I'm back at it. You know, this idea for Clearmud actually started back in 2023. If you look at when this channel was created, I came up with the name. The approach wasn't dialed in yet, but December of 2023 is when Clearmud was born, but we didn't start posting videos until June of 2025. So that's how much time and thought went into Clearmud and to where we are now, right? And when I first started the channel, right, like my videos, they were horrible. But I went into it with the process of like learning, right? Like, and improving with each video. Yeah, I'm glad. But I want to take a sneak peek at what we did on Wednesday to see what automations ran, to see if anything broke. I will admit, I looked yesterday, the day after, just to make sure everything was working, and everything's working. It's wonderful. So we're going to take a little look here in a minute. I'll add an invite here shortly in the chat. What's up? Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. AI Lab HQ. Let me know if you want me to call you a specific name. I'll remember it. I'll do my best to remember it. Nice. I love it. Sorry to hear you're running into issues, right? But that's a part of the process, right? Anybody who tells you it's perfect and error-free and issue-free is misleading you, right? That's why I wanted to do these boot camps live, to show you the raw step-by-step of everything. So let's just go take a look. Do a hard refresh on GoatOS. Let's go look at our daily briefs. They have been running. Wonderful. We can see kind of what was done. Overnight summary last night. Okay, split panel and ops. Let's go check that. Oh, that's right. Shout out. Who was it? Was it Andra? We created a staging environment, didn't we? Does this work? Oh, there's a slight issue with the staging environment. Try to open in a new tab. Nope, let me, Yo, I'm trying to access the GoatOS staging environment, but I have a feeling related to those network issues we were running into on this machine earlier, something happened. Dev server's not spun up, so let's fix that, please. I'd like to preview that staging environment. Okay. I mean, yeah, everything's still set there. We can see the daily briefs and what was ran. Let's see what happened yesterday. What was the first self-improvement? A brain module memory viewer. That's right. Okay. We'll check that in a moment as soon as, okay. Let's do a hard refresh, go to lab. Okay, slight hiccup, right? And I think a lot of this is related to me having to reboot my machine. I normally don't reboot this, especially throughout a week, but I ran into a lot of issues today in general. I'll share, you know, this was a stupid find earlier, but this cable right here, I was in a meeting earlier and there was no audio. And I was looking at everything except for this one cable. And like, I push this arm back and forth every day, right? I readjust it quite frequently. So the last time I readjusted it, it disconnected the cable. And it's just been one of those days, man. One of those days. So let's go take a look though at these changes in the staging environment. Interesting. So it built out a session explorer. This is kind of cool, right? Like a interesting. We might keep, it's kind of redundant though, because we enabled the ability to click on a session and explore it, right? But interesting, interesting. I like the layout better, if I'm being honest with you. Very interesting. Let's go check out the brain memory module. Looks like that is not loading. Try one more refresh here. We can go to the build logs and see what was built. Kind of gives you what was built, why it was built, design decisions. That's cool. We didn't specify any of this. This is pretty cool. Now let's try to load memory. All right, let's troubleshoot this real quick. Or should we save this for next Wednesday's bootcamp? Now let's fix this really quick. The memory feature in staging is not working. It's not populating. There's like an endless loading circle on the daily notes left menu bar. Is that a quick fix? Is that related to us having to go offline today? Yeah, honestly, like I probably should incorporate staging for Muddy OS and Clearmud OS. It literally does everything live, which is a good and bad thing. It hasn't broken anything in a while, but I did love whoever recommended that. I'm trying to remember, was it Andra or was it somebody else, or was it a group, you know, a number of people saying that? I love the idea, right? That way you can validate something before you push it to your production OS, right? Your production system. It's really cool. Ah, okay. Hey, I hope you got that resolved. I have different subs. I have one sub that is reserved for client work, day-to-day ops, right? Personal ops. And then I have another sub for demos, right? For this channel. And then I do have API usage as well. I use 4 of the major LLMs. I have API for Perplexity, Gemini, Anthropic, and OpenAI. My monthly cost varies, but listen, at the end of the day, it's cheaper than hiring one full-time employee, right? And I can get a little bit more specific, but it does vary depending on the month. But I do have 2 Claude Max subs. That's probably the most cost prohibited one, like combination of subs that I have. Oh, and I did recently sign up because I had a 60% off for Google AI Ultra. I haven't nearly maxed out the first month. So I've been at it for a month. I have 3 months, 60% off. So I am using that. I'm paying $116 a month for that. Yeah, just repeat, correct. Like, and also don't just repeat and share frustration, right? Repeat and ask, like, why did this happen? What can we do to fix this moving forward, right? Let's see if it fixed it without me looking back. You know what? Let's save this for the bootcamp next Wednesday. I feel like this is going to be critical, kind of like troubleshooting steps for episode 2 to kind of go over the first week. So I wanted to show the live stream since we're live right now. But hey, listen, like this isn't going to be a perfect build, and I wasn't expecting it to be. So we'll take care of that next week. Thank you. I won't prompt you until next Wednesday. All right, listen. Like that's reserved for Wednesdays. I don't want to take away from the value we're bringing on Wednesdays. So we'll troubleshoot that this coming Wednesday, okay? gonna hide that. This is an interesting thing. I'm a little backlogged. This weekend is all gonna be recording videos. It's gonna be all recording videos. Let's see. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I hope the same for you. I'm running it on a virtual machine. So I have these VMs spun up. I'll show you here. Let's actually move this over here, go full screen. So I have different instances. I have the GOAT running its own VM. I think that has 2 cores and 6 gigs of memory. I have Muddy, my main OS, right? This is another VM that I have 4 cores and 12 gigs of memory right now. And this machine just stays on. I like this because it's sandboxed. I don't have to worry about security, right? I don't forward any ports. I don't need to access this outside of a local network, at least not right now. Once I get back to my studio in California, I do have an old server rack there that I'm gonna repurpose. I think I have like 96 gigs of memory plus like 16 cores and 8 threads that I can divvy out across, you know, comfortably. I can probably do 4 to 6 VMs that are very powerful. And eventually I will open things up, but only for me, right? Not for the public. So yeah. Okay, interesting. Did you check out that video I posted on Tuesday? I gave some specifics on how I handle delegation. Maybe you can find some golden nuggets from that one. Do you make mock-up PRDs for everything, or is that just for clients? It really depends on the project. Nowadays, you know, when I'm vibing, I have the LLM, whatever CLI I'm using, build the PRD for me rather than doing it separate. It's all good. It's all good. I literally use this all day, all day. No, I'm definitely spending API. Definitely spending API. Ubuntu is the go-to for me, right? Everyone has their preference. You can deploy a VM with Windows. It's entirely up to you. I like Ubuntu because it is lightweight. It's reliable. But you don't need to go with a Linux-based VM if you don't want to. Yeah, you know, I need to use this more. I need to use this more. One other thing I want to start playing with is Perplexity's computer. I haven't had the time. Yeah, give that a try. Give that a try. And like, you know, start off with one layer of delegation and then test that layer. And then you start to incorporate other layers. One thing I learned with Muddy is like, he made a lot of mistakes out the gate with our delegation. A lot of mistakes. And I rebuilt this system countless times. Like I started way too complex. Then I rebuilt it. And then I just started with one agent, one sub agent. And then I started just like layer by layer incorporating logic. And my rolling doc section's amazing, right? I now have this operations protocol that I can reference, right? This is something I need to go over, but it just talks about all the specifics on how the system works. So if something breaks, I can come in here, confirm, you know, how it's supposed to be configured, and then talk to my agent as far as like, hey, where's the disconnect here? You know, according to our operations protocols, this should be working. Why is this not working? Explain what happened, explain what the fix is, and, you know, write me a plan to fix it. I'd like to understand what's happening in the system. So, all right, let's vibe a little bit, shall we? What happened there? Why is that not working? Let's spin up Claude. All right, please analyze this code base. I have an idea on something I want to build based off of this original idea. I want to completely trash it, but I want to take, you know, a lot of the work we did with UX and navigation. I want to keep that. So I want your recommendations after you analyze the code base as far as Do we just create an entirely new project directory? Or do we delete this? I did make a backup if you want to remove all the code, but first analyze code and report back. Okay. And then we'll work on Clawcrib a little bit later. One thing I want to try today actually is I thought there was a, yeah, there we go. There we go. No, but I kind of want to move to the right though. There we go. Right, left. Oh, and let me get a Discord link in here. Yeah, just general rules of thumb for the Discord. I'll continue updating like the terms and conditions, but please do not come in spamming meme coin projects, okay? That's not what this server's for. In the showcase section, please do not try to sell your SaaS products. Showcase is to showcase what you built, show off what you're proud of building, and then people will organically navigate to your products if it is related to a product, okay? Please. I'm trying to build a community of builders, right? And people who want to learn how to build. And I'm not saying you can't talk trading talk, right? But specifically, you know, I know there's a big thing with meme coins right now, and it's just not what we're going for. So generate new link. All right, here's 10 invites real quick. They expire in 7 days. That's weird. I'm not signed into chat. Are my eyes going out here? Wow. That's amazing. Waiting for Claude to do its thing. I mean, who does? Who does like red coins? Interesting. What model are you using? And did you take the time to give it context, to talk about, you know, SOPs, standard operating procedures? I think you'd really need to take the time to talk to your agent first about how you want it to operate. One rule that, you know, we learned with the GOAT when we were setting this up is by default, it put some placeholder cron that I never created, right? If you go into this, which I forgot to show during the live stream, there were no crons associated here. It was empty. It added demo placeholder data. I had to set a rule that I never want to see demo or placeholder data. So these are things you have to work out the gate, because I think by default, it will do that unless you specify otherwise. So I think it's very critical that you start early on setting rules and foundations, but then more importantly, creating skills with those rules and not relying on memory MD files or agent MD file for it to always remember what the rule is, right? So I think once you start to get more repeatable tasks, that's when you start, go check out yesterday's video. Start creating your own custom skills for repeatable tasks that have similar outputs, or rather that you want to have a similar output based off of the instructions that you provide. I think it's a combination. It could be model, but it could also be, you know, taking the time to provide that context as I was just mentioning. So I hope that answers it. Yeah, I learned this like my first few weeks. I was maxing out $20 memberships so quickly. It was insane. If you can afford it, listen, I'll never try to tell you, you need this, you need that. It's all about what you can afford and what you need first and foremost. Like, I think testing it to the point where you can actually validate the expense is very important, right? I would never try to tell you to, like, for example, I'm not a Mac Mini guy. I have nothing against them, but most people don't need a Mac Mini. It's gonna end up gathering dust, right? First, validate the purchase before you make that purchase, right? But hey, if that's within your budget to throw $600, $800, $1,000 out the window like that, by all means, buy whatever you want to buy, right? But I'm a big advocate for starting lean, starting with as minimal as possible, and then evaluating your needs as you grow, as you run into certain roadblocks. Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you like that one. I'm glad you like that one. Right on. Well, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Okay. Hey, and that's a great, as I was just mentioning, that's a great place to start, right? Figure out what you need, what you want out of the system, and then justify an expense, right? Yeah, so listen, I've run into this with every single one of my setups. At some point, it tries to give me placeholder data. And that's something early on in my setups that I explicitly say, no. It's all local on sandbox VMs for me. I don't host it to the outside world. Hey, there you go. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You know your situation better than anybody else. Listen, that's all great, right? More power to you. I love it. Yeeting. All right. So we'll close GoatOS. We'll focus on that. So why is this forbidden? Oh yeah, I set a rule that nobody can access that staging branch. I forgot to update that IP address. That's on me. Okay. So let's analyze the project. Yeah, so originally Promtbrowser.net was something I started building, I think back in August. And it was a cool idea at first, but prompting kind of became obsolete, right? Models became increasingly intelligent by the week, by the day, to where you didn't really need to like go pull prompts, right? All you had to do was talk to your LLM to define whatever it is you want. They're becoming more intelligent this way. So originally this was like, you know, a database with cards and prompts per industry, building stuff. I was originally going to use it as a reference for all the demos that I did. But as I said, like prompting kind of became obsolete in a way. I'm not saying you don't need to understand how to properly prompt and communicate with your agents and LLMs in general. But I think the direction I want to take this project now is have it first and foremost be a single source of truth for prompts here on the channel. So I think having a simple front end with showing all of our episodes and then extracting prompts that people can use that we discussed or went through in a particular episode or live stream. I think that would be a fun feature. And then second layer, like second phase of this, new version 2 of this project is allowing anybody to paste in any YouTube video from any creator, right? Any person out there, Alex Finn, Ray, I hope I'm not butchering his name, Ray Fernando? Butchering his name, Riley Brown, all of these, Greg Eisenberg, right? Pasting in a YouTube URL, having it analyze the transcript and extract prompts for you based off of what was discussed in the video. I think this would be a very cool, useful tool. So that's the direction I want to take Promtbrowser now, but I want to build it first for our videos, and then we'll add in that other layer of, okay, paste in YouTube URL, extract prompts from video. I'd love to hear what's based off of what I just said. Would somebody want to use that here? Do you think that's cool? I think it's cool, and I think I'm going to get to building it here in a second. But let's just catch up on comments, because today I do want to focus on Q&A as well. Nice. Yeah, me too. What do you mean Samsung? I didn't say Samsung. Virtual machine. So it's all on my machine here. I have Muddy with his own sandbox environment. I have Goat with his own sandbox environment. I'm trying to, hey, and there's no such thing as an ignorant or stupid question around here. I feel like the only bad question is a question unasked, right? Ask away, please. I encourage it. I'm a firm believer that if you don't ask questions, like, you know, what are you doing? You got to ask the questions. Are you talking about this here? Yeah, this is Muddy OS that I built out, and I've recently kind of improved things quite a bit. And then I have Clearmud OS, which is my content side of Clearmud, right? This is operations for all my AI agents. This is all content related operations. So the goal here originally was to replace Notion as a content calendar. And I have officially migrated off of Notion entirely as Clearmud as a company. I'm going to be canceling that membership here this month as soon as I finish migrating my personal side off of Notion. But yeah, these are things that I built slowly but surely. I've built them. You know, I built this graphic user interface, this container live, I think on January 7th. If you go check that video from a few weeks ago, I think it's called, I built, where is it? Let's go reference it if anybody's curious. Yeah, I built this AI content suite with OpenClaw. I break through at the time every tab. And if you watch carefully, like generate ideas, like I built out, look at all these related videos, right? So generate ideas. I actually built it out on a live stream and then brought in the Codebase into Clearmud OS. Repurpose OS, part 1 and 2. That's my video to social section here, right? That kind of broke just, you know, for about a week. I wasn't paying attention and I fixed it last night, right? But I built it all live and I'm using that same exact code base, the same original Clearmud OS, right? So this is my YouTube script writer here. That's the same code base. I've since improved it a little bit, but I built it live in a video. So I link every video. I shout out this one here because I did get some ideas from this Peter Yang and Alex Finn, as well as Greg Eisenberg and Matt Van Horn. I use his last 30 days skill in my research tab under trending. I think powered by last 30 days skill by Matt Van Horn, right? So I built a lot of this live and a lot of this now has been self-improvement as well. This I did build manually. I think I built on the live stream, to be honest with you guys, as we were, I need to update. That's clearly not live, but yeah, like, ooh, this is new. What's this? I think this was built last night. I didn't have a chance to review it yet. I don't like it. And this, like with the self-improvement crons on Clearmud OS and Muddy OS, sometimes it builds things I hate. And this, I think I'm gonna X. Already just looking at it, I don't see what value this provides me, right? So, but yeah, check out this video if you wanna learn how I built Clearmud OS. And then where is, oh yeah, vibe coding live stream for my graphic user interface process. If you go to this video, you'll see, so that we don't have to scroll the whole. I was originally creating a graphic user interface for Repurpose OS, but I ended up using this code base for this. I just improved it here, right? So it's like, listen, all the content's out there. I try not to hide things around here. You'll never see me selling a course or a bootcamp, all right? I'm always gonna be providing as much value as I can in these videos and live streams. Damn, we're already at 6.1. I'd like to just thank each and every one of you. This is insane. I'm just so thankful. I'm speechless at the growth we've seen this past like month and a half. I knew it was gonna come at some point. I didn't know it was gonna happen the way that it happened. Let me catch up on comments here as we go back to Promtbrowser in a second. Maybe I'm a little further down. Let me make sure I'm understanding your question here. I mean, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. I'm sure the response maybe between your agent and its thinking might be delayed to whatever channel you use, whether it's Telegram, WhatsApp. I'm sure it'll work, right? But at some point you will run into limitations. Let's face it, like Raspberry Pis are cool tools, but they're not gonna be as fast and reliable as something else, right? I'm not telling you not to use it. I think it's a great starting ground, but as you use it, and let's say you become a power user, you're going to run into certain bottlenecks at some point. And this is coming from experience. I used to build things on Raspberry Pis all the time. And I would eventually run into bottlenecks. And I'm like, okay, this is fun, this is cool. But for a production environment, for business operations, I would not recommend deploying an OpenClaw agent for business operations unless it has a specific task and it requires minimal hardware to operate, right? Like, then I think that's okay. But you also want to think about redundancy. What happens when that Raspberry Pi crashes? Do you have a redundant system that can pick up where it left off like that, right? So these are little things you have to think about. Hey, I'm glad you like it. So going back to the Promtbrowser idea. Nice, nice. Okay, cool. Hey, right on. That's awesome. That's brilliant. So I actually have this prompt library that my agent self-improved, and it looks like it's buggy. Is it not loading? Yeah, that's not loading. Interesting. All right, we'll have to fix that. Add a note to Clearmud OS. The prompt library is not loading. It's giving us a white screen. Please fix. Okay. Catch up. Yo, what's up, Vive? Yeah, welcome back. Peace and love. Well, welcome back, Vive Zombie. Makes me think of One Piece. My oldest son is a huge One Piece collector. Oh, right on. Nice, nice. Yeah, I remember you sharing that with me in the Discord. How's that coming along? Hey, of course, of course. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, one of my favorite tools, it's called YT-DLP. If you just tell that to your agent or your LLM to extract YouTube transcripts using YT-DLP, it is solid, it never fails, whereas other solutions tend to fail or hit limits. You'll see me vibe coding that in a second, once we rebuild this. Find that AI, no matter what LLM, doesn't really get what to extract, so it does take tweak of prompts maybe once or twice to get there. Yeah, and that's like, listen, like I love that you're pointing this out, like you're discovering it, right? The stuff is, it's easy, quote unquote, but it's also not. It's not a one shot. It's not as easy as some people try to make other people believe, right? Or it's not as easy as some people believe. Scroll up, the link's in the chat. I don't like it. Sounds like me when it builds me. No, but sometimes it nails it. Sometimes it does nail it. And I gotta say, I love it. So, all right. I already have a backup of this project, but I'm not gonna be picky about it. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is just create a fresh repository, right? So what I want you to do, let's just clear this entire code base. Fuck it. Oh, I need to watch myself. Trying to make sure I say nothing like this on live streams and in videos in general. Yeah, scratch that because I'm live streaming, but let's go ahead and clear the code base. Let's start from scratch. Obviously you're gonna have the memory of what this was, but I wanna build this from scratch with you. Oh yeah, and shout out to people in the comments. I've had people wanting to buy me virtual cups of coffee. Well, we did just get approved for monetization, which I'm so stoked for. And I haven't set it up yet, but there's an option for memberships. And here's why I haven't set it up yet. I'm trying to gain a better understanding of what's going to happen during live streams. I'm going to have a coffee crew membership for anybody who wants to. Listen, I'll never ask you to. It's only if you want to. As I said, I'm never going to paywall anything. It's always going to be free. But it's going to be a fun way to support the channel. Buy me a virtual cup of coffee if you want. But I'm researching things to the point where I want to make sure that you don't need a membership to interact and ask questions. Now, I'm sure as we grow, right, like I might have to prioritize only answering membership-based questions, especially if we get to the likes of Alex Finn's live streams, which I've tuned in recently, and they're just so wild, right? Averaging 600 to 1,000 people at once. That's impossible for one person to manage and make sure you answer every single question, right? So that's a problem that will occur down the road, and we'll evaluate, as we progress. But I'm just kind of thinking out loud here that I think by this time next week, I should have memberships live. Right now, I'm just Coffee Crew and Mud certified. Those are the only two I have in mind. So if anybody has any ideas, I'm all ears. Let's build it together. You know what? Nah, I'd rather start from scratch with clear context. Let's change directory, make directory, prompt, browser.net. All right, clear this, spin up Claude, voila. Interesting. I thought it always recommended high effort. All right, we'll go with recommended. Okay. Let me go to our notes because I think I put a note here. All right, so this was a natural voice evolution. Yeah, so I actually have an idea for Promtbrowser. What if we turn this? Should have the original. Oh, but this was me assuming. And then we can use 3.1 light, flashlight, I think is the latest version. I'm just gonna paste that in there. It's gonna be like, I have no code base. Uh-oh, what did Clay do? What did Clay do? Is Clay going crazy? I had to pull his access. He can only make announcements and respond to introductions right now. Otherwise, he was acting crazy. I don't know what you're referencing there, Derek, but Derek has watched the growing pains of Clay just go off and have a mind of its own sometimes. Why are you recommending 2.0 Flash? Ugh, that's disgusting. What are you thinking? Core concept, a tool that extracts actionable prompts from YouTube videos. 2 core flows. Browse Clearmud prompts. Extract from any video, paste any YouTube URL, get extracted. Yeah, so thinking aloud, just reviewing your plan. Extract from any video. I think that when a user uses this function, it should add to our library as well. Not necessarily Clearmud's library, but I think we should have a browse feature on this app that, right, the basic landing page of this should be a very, very, let me think thoughtfully about this, right? Because we're not selling anything. This is going to be a free tool. So I think front and center, it should be a place to paste in a URL and maybe, a natural evolution of UX from title, subtitle, paste field, and then maybe some secondary toggle options using pill tag styling. I also want to make sure we don't use any emojis across this project. It should always be lucid icons. And yeah, I think the browse subdirectory in this app should allow users, by default, it should, show Clearmud videos, but as people scan videos from other creators, that gets added to our database so that other people can then browse based off of the accumulation of people using the tool. I think we should store all of that data as well. And we're going to be using Convex as the back end. That's non-negotiable, but everything else, it's per your recommendations. I think that's a good intro there. Now, as far as pre-processing all Clearmud videos, I think for the sake of this prototype, this MVP, just do the last 4 videos, and then we can go back in time and scan the rest. But I think the most recent videos are what's most important. I think you should also, have certain filter options that clearly state this is a video versus a live stream. I want to scan them all, right? Because in our live streams, sometimes we go through prompts. Oh, nice. You already did Convex, paste and extract. Yeah, I think, I'm going to let you creatively, there's going to be no leash creatively on your first draft here. But I think having copy paste a code blocks for the outputs, making it really, really easy for the user to copy paste the prompt after a YouTube video is scanned, I think is critical. And then on the Gemini model choice, listen, I'm going to fight back. Gemini 2.0 Flash is not the move here. I think we should use the latest 3.1 Flash Lite, if I'm not mistaken. Let me know if you can't find that model name. I can give you a link to Gemini's documentation for that. Data model looks good. Prompts look good. Subdirectories look good. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Additionally, here's the logo. I want you to extract the hex code for the primary blue. I want this to be a light theme by default, but also dark theme toggle. Go ahead and use Anthropic's front-end design skill for the initial output, but the non-negotiable is using our logo for the nav header, the footer, etc. I'm gonna paste that into this prompt here as well. Let me grab that logo. It's a simple logo, I like it. CM branding, where is Promtbrowser at? I'm guilty right here. I need to organize. I have too many folders everywhere. Oh, I put that under projects, didn't I? Promtbrowser. No, I guess I didn't. Oh no, it's just taking a little bit to load. Let's see. I gotta watch myself. Because also monetization, if you're cursing and stuff, you have to first, I don't think it's against it, but then you have to like mark the video as like explicit, right? It's like, and plus it's just, listen, I'd rather be mindful of all audience types and not just blindly curse like that on a live stream. So I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I guess what I can do instead is we'll just go to the old project directory because I know I put everything in here. So let me see. Can I just drag all of these on here? Yeah. There we go. Nice big response off that first plan. Hey, I really appreciate you, Roy. Thanks for being here. Shoot. Oh, there it is. My OpenClaw keeps, it's just not good with memory. I've downloaded the QMD, but for some reason it's still not working. So in what sense, like, one thing I always recommend when you're first starting out is keep it simple, right? Because if you get too complex too quick, you'll run into a lot of memory issues. And then inline, what model are you using as well? I'd like to clear that up. But, I think one thought out of the gate, right? You want to feed it as much context as possible about its purpose in life and its purpose in your life. Now, this can evolve, right? This doesn't have to be static, but the more context you give it, I need to close comments so I don't get distracted. The more context you give it, the smarter it's going to be. However, there is a caveat there. If those memory files get to a point where they're so dense, you start to burn through tokens. And then you start trimming memory files, consolidating, and making sure that it doesn't forget what you consolidated, right? I think getting clear about what its purpose in life is first, and then giving it context about you and what you do, your skills, your strengths, your weaknesses, all of the above. Like when I went through this process with my agent and I just talked to it for close to an hour once, it wasn't nonstop, obviously. It was like 5-minute, voice to text whisper flow notes. Like it was a game changer as far as it performing the way I wanted it to perform. But if you can get a little bit more specific with the memory. So another idea I have, which I made a video about it yesterday. A lot of people aren't talking about this enough. It's like if you have your agent doing repeatable tasks, automation-based tasks, and the steps are identical, if not very similar, and you want that output to be consistent, you don't want it to forget. Because when I first started using my OpenClaw agent, I told it, here's the rule for this cron job. Here's the steps I want you to take when you run X cron job. Well, sometimes it would have a mind of its own. Sometimes it wouldn't follow and remember every single thing I said. However, when I then removed all of the data from the cron job, I created a skill from it. I just had my agent do this for me. Muddy then created a comprehensive skill for me. And then in the cron job, it reads the skill. And then you specify the frequency. So instead of explaining the automation or the steps in the cron itself, the cron simply reads a skill now. And then in the skill is where you get as comprehensive as possible. It will never forget the task. It will never forget the automation that you set. And I don't see enough people talking about this. Like crons are great, but all of my crons moving forward are now read this skill. I take the time to now create a skill per cron job so that cron job is done exactly how I want it to be done every single time without fail, and it's not dependent on memory files. It's dependent on that one skill MD file. So I hope that helps. Nice names. Yeah, listen, Clay was an experiment. I'm very close to just trashing him altogether or just keeping him as a welcome bot. And then we're going to create new bots for engagement based kind of like talking in chat. Yeah. Do you know the code off the top of your head for Opus 4.6? I do not. You're talking about the line, the model name? I could have sworn it was just Anthropic. Claude Opus 4.6. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn it was that. We can look really quickly too. Let's go look. Whoops. I'm going to do that. There we go. Models overviews in the API docs. Yeah, it's Claude-Opus-4-6 is the name. Okay. So Flash is great for certain things, but when it comes to persistent memory, I think it's more great at repetitive tasks, analyzing, large context very quickly. But when it comes to like performing tasks, I think the more rules you set and the more comprehensive you get in a skill, right, for the cron, I think Flash can handle it. But if you can, try to compare it with like 3.1 Pro preview. You're gonna notice a big difference. So that could be, you know, part of your issue there is, you know, Gemini, I personally haven't operated a bot using only Gemini 3 Flash. Clay, our Discord bot, he was 3 Flash for a while, but now he's on Haiku because Gemini was spinning out errors. He was going crazy at certain points in time. So, yeah, so I made a video on it yesterday. And I give a template, right, that you can just screenshot. But I'll be honest, like, and as I was honest in the video, this was my like, and this is, I recommend this for everybody. I love that you're going, I'm sorry to hear that you're being frustrated and it's not working how you want it to work, but you're learning from it, right? So now you have all that context, you have all of these failed approaches. So now it's a matter of talking to your agent and say, hey, you haven't been doing a good enough job. And I think one way we can improve is to create custom skills for every one of our cron jobs or every one of our, whatever your pain point is. And it will help you create that skill for you. I haven't created a skill from scratch. I found some template online, I fed it to my agent, and then it improved on the template. It had a mind of its own, creating the skill, but it took everything from its memory, everything from its context related to that task or cron job, and it filled out these comprehensive skills. I show this off in the video, but I'll just show it to you really quickly, like Cascade. So this, my agent did for me, but it did it based off of the cron job and all of our failed attempts, right? So it has when to use it, what the prerequisites are, mandatory rules, execution, step-by-step execution that it literally follows each and every time. Create content directory, right? Everything in here is followed to the T, but I didn't create this from scratch, right? I had my agent do it for me. But in the video yesterday, I do give you a basic template that you can follow along. So I hope it helps. Ever since I started incorporating these skills, like I still owe you guys a deep dive into Muddy OS, and I will create it at some point, but it keeps evolving on a weekly basis. And I'm not at a point where I want to deep dive into it and then tell Muddy to give me comprehensive prompts that allow people to try to build their own. That's in the works. But I'm probably only going to release that once we're done with the bootcamp, if I'm being honest with you. But now I have these, this is a visual thing for me, but on my org chart, I'll show you specifically, I have skills attached to subagents now. So when the subagent performs a particular task, like my front-end engineer, he has all the front-end design skills attached, right? Like there's skills per agent now. And ever since I did this, shout out Derek, right? Derek like inspired me to go ham on my skills one day. And then that led me down other rabbit holes of like, wow, I can replace all of my automations, all of my cron jobs with skill MDs. So I just started talking to my agent about how to do it. And that would be my recommendation. Since you've already gone through the growing pains of learning, of figuring out what your pain points are, now you know how to address those pain points, right? Yeah, I hope that answers everything. Thanks for all the questions. Yeah, so exactly, right? Just have your cron essentially be converted into a skill and then restructure the cron to only say, read this skill, and then whatever else is related to the cron, right? The frequency, whether it's an isolated session or not, who's running the cron type of thing. That you can leave in the cron itself. But the process, the workflow, create a skill MD and have that be the first line that cron references. I don't see enough people talking about this, if any, right? I think who was it? I think Raz Mike made a video about this, about repeatable tasks and workflows create a skill. Don't just create a cron, create a skill. Haven't seen anyone else say anything about this. Happy to hear. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I briefly touch on this in Tuesday's video, which is just how my multi-agent setup works and some follow along prompts to get it working. This is also trial and error, man. Like we had a hiccup this week where my agents went AWOL on me. They set a rule after I explicitly said I'm going to handle all inbound emails so that we can create a training model so that you know how to properly filter incoming leads, because I first started having Muddy do it and I got a few responses back saying, oh no, this isn't for, you know, we don't want to pay you to make a video. We're looking to hire you. And I'm like, wow, that's a big misstep, right? So I pumped the brakes on Muddy doing the responses for me. But Warren had a mind of his freaking own and decided to set a 48-hour rule. So any leads that came in that are stale for longer than 48 hours, they sent a, hey, we didn't forget about you. I woke up 2 mornings ago, I think I posted on Twitter, to like 50 plus BCC responses of like a template response saying, hey, we got your message. We're just very backlogged. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. And I did like, I'm like, yo. So, but I do go over it in Tuesday's video, and then upcoming in the boot camps, right? I'm not sure if you're aware, right? We started on Wednesday with this boot camp, completely free. All you got to do is show up to the live streams or watch the recording after the fact. In episodes next week is when we start to kind of build out the team, but episode 3 is where we actually wire things together. So I think this is going to be the best place to learn and watch me build it from scratch, right? And we'll set a few automations in place as well. But this is going to be a great place to like literally watch me do the setup, run into errors, fix the errors, right? Based off of all of my learnings with Muddy OS. But I'll give you a sneak peek, like each agent, right? Not each sub-agent, right? Because this would bog down your system quite a bit, but each chief of staff who controls those sub-agents have their own workspaces with their own souls, their own identities, their own user, tools, agents, memory, you get the picture, their own heartbeat, right? One way to make sure they're all in sync that you talk to your main agent with is first you want to get the workspaces created. You want them to have their own independent kind of memories and souls and personalities. But then the heartbeats is where they tie everything together. I personally have my PM board that's becoming my single source of truth, where at the beginning of each heartbeat, they analyze the PM board for any stale items, right? So these are things that kind of worked into my system on how I want it to work. But this week I ran into some issues and I had to fine tune things last night. So far it's been great today. I haven't tested it too much, but I hope that answers your question. I know that was kind of long-winded there, but we're going to be essentially resetting all this up from scratch. And then also the shared meeting memory. So I have a stand-up feature where they have meetings every day. Let's go check the monthly calendar. So they have Saturdays off, right? But every meeting that they have, they reference shared meeting notes. So I created another workspace that literally just have shared meeting memory MD files, so that they never forget what was done. They're never repetitive. A lot of it ties in together, right? All you got to do is subscribe to this channel, hit that notification bell. Every Wednesday we go live with the bootcamp. This coming Wednesday is going to be week number 2. We'll be done. I'm planning for 5 episodes only for this first one. I'm going to do many more after this, right? This is a test run. Because of the popularity and success in the Muddy OS video, I'm like, wow, people really want to see how this was built. So let's build one from scratch for the people in the, in public. No paywall, right? We're showing all the steps week by week. All you got to do is show up. All you got to do is show up. That's it. It's always going to live on YouTube for free, for life. And I also did go ahead, if you go look at the channel, scroll down, there's this playlist that will always live here. And eventually we're going to have 5. Oh, wow. We have 3,400 views on that already. That's wild. That's wild. We're going to have 5 that are always going to live here, right? And it's showing the step-by-step raw. So yeah, all you got to do is show up. You don't have to give us your email, none of that. You're welcome to subscribe to our newsletter if you want. I have fun plans for that one. Right now we're keeping it simple, but yeah. I mean, listen, do all the things that you can do for free to support the channel. That's all I ask. And these will always be free. All right, I'm gonna get back to vibe coding. Thanks for all the questions. I really do appreciate it. That's what today's all about. A little bit of vibe coding, a little bit of Q&A, and just chill going into the weekend, you know? I had a busy week, excluding Clearmud stuff. I'm stoked to just kind of have a nice disconnect day tomorrow. I've rewired the existing app. It's the old curated prompts version with Supabase. Wait a second. I didn't. Wait, why is your knowledge cut off? Hold on. Hold up. Wait, it should have said it right there, actually, shouldn't it? Let's see. Reliable knowledge cutoff. It is May 2025. Okay. Gemini docs. Bam. Brought some water down here, nice. That's what I thought. Yeah, I haven't started testing this model yet, but I want to do it for the sake of this this Promtbrowser version 2. I like it. That's great. So let's go back to GitHub. We're going to create a new private repo. Do we want to go to... What's the last update here? 4 months ago? I'm going to keep this separate. Let's just create an entirely new repository. Promtbrowser.net. Keep this private. And I should be set up here. And then the repo, fresh repo for you for this new project. Yeah, and oh, damn it. I thought I had auto accepts on. Apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Excuse me, I got a gnarly cough today. I was golfing a few days ago, and you know, cigar and golf go hand in hand, and throat hasn't been the same.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That actually reminds me, completely separate from vibe coding, I need to check the weather the next few days. Weather's picking up here. Man, we saw like 6 straight weeks of rain with only 2 days of sunlight during this winter. And I'm not even that far north. I guess I'm north as north gets in Portugal, but man, I did not like that. I need the sun. Let's check weather on the coast. I'm gonna stop it real quick, make sure it has everything it needs to build out this first prototype for us. And then I think we're gonna have to host this on Vercel on a free hobby account. Am I not logged in here? Let me pull that off screen. All right, we're ready to import that prompt browser Git once it's ready. So I'll keep this off screen for now. We're just letting it get to work. One thing I also do want to do is, I haven't done this in a while, but once it's done, cool, we're in the right directory. Once it's done, we're gonna have Gemini 3.1 Pro redo the front end, do a version 2, just to see how much different. We're gonna keep the back end of what Claude Opus 4.6 built, but I want essentially Gemini 3.1 Pro to go in and add its touch, its personality, to see how much different the UI will look. Sheesh. Well, I'm glad you got some 60. That's crazy. Snow, freezing, rain, back to almost early summer, and then back to freezing. Man, that's wild. That's wild. Ah, bom, obrigado. Eu nasci no Califórnia, mas meus pais nasceram aqui no Portugal. Família do meu pai foi para Brasil quando eu tinha, penso, 15 anos. Então, eu tenho mais primos lá daqui. Lado do família da minha mãe mora aqui, mas família do meu pai mora no Brasil. É porque isso eu falo mais português brasileiro, mas eu vivo aqui no Portugal, perto do Porto. Obrigado. Sorry, my Portuguese is a little rusty, especially with my throat. And I don't practice as much as I should living out here half the year, which is kind of wild. But thanks for being here. Appreciate you. And Alves, that's a very Portuguese name. But yeah, os primos moram lá no Campinas. E tem alguns primos lá no São Paulo também e Praia do Ubatuba. I'm rebuilding an idea that I had for something called Promtbrowser. Originally, it was a curated list of prompts to build stuff. But it became kind of stale because prompting didn't become as critical as it once was to like learn how to properly communicate. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still very important, but I'm essentially pivoting the original approach of a curated list of prompts to now it's going to be the single source of truth to analyze past live streams here on this channel, as well as past long form videos, and extract copy paste prompts from those videos. Additionally, a step 2 of this app is going to allow you to go in and paste any YouTube video from any other person, Alex Finn, Ray Fernando, Riley Brown, Greg Eisenberg, all of them, paste in their YouTube URL. It extracts prompts from the episode and then puts them into our library. That way, anybody else who comes and uses the prompt browser down the road, not only do they see all of our logged prompts from videos that we analyze on our channel, but anybody who analyzes a video for any other creator, it will live in our library so people can reference and benefit from down the road. So that's what I'm building. That's the idea, the core of it. We haven't even seen a preview yet with this version 2 of the prompt browser. So you're watching me kind of just go through the planning stage here with Opus 4.6. This was the first prompt, and we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. I wish I could show you the preview of, you know, maybe I get that working really quickly because the old prompt browser is technically still live, but I have a restriction here, as you can see. Let me fix that. That way I can at least show you what the old model looked like. Let me log into my hosting here because this is a static site. So I have to log into my hosting, see what's up with the HT access file, because I have a feeling I set a IP address restriction in there. Let's see. What? Did I change that password? Oh, I typed in the wrong password. There we go. Be working in a moment. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong directory. That was a staging branch, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong project altogether. Let's go to Promtbrowser. Staging.promptbrowser.net and public HTML, HT access. There it is. Yeah, the IP address was incorrect. Let's save that. And should instantly reload. There we go. Yeah, so this was originally the layout, the look, right? But we're steering away from it. And I'm gonna keep this, you know, obviously on the staging branch. Nobody else can access this. This is just only for my IP address explicitly. But I used to have these like categories, and you can go in, you can filter based off of what you're trying to build, right? It has this weird glitch right now. We're gonna go all. It was originally, right, it's still gonna be free, but originally I did wanna start building an email list, right? To build a community. So sign up's free, you just sign in. Oh, it looks like obviously the database is down, right? Because it was inactive for so long, Supabase disabled that database, which is why I'm also moving to Convex. Convex does not do that to you. I was building before I learned about Convex, so that's why we're using Convex now. I don't like Supabase's approach to how they make you sign up for a monthly sub and then custom domains are another they try to upsell too much. Convex is more transparent with their pricing. You pay monthly, you get all the features. Whereas Supabase says you pay monthly, you unlock certain features. But to actually use those features, guess what you have to do? You have to pay more monthly on top of the monthly. It's ridiculous. I do not like Supabase. I do not like those tactics. They don't need to be doing that. But what do I know? So, yeah. So, hey, thanks for asking the question, right? Yeah. Hey, nice. I mean, you have the right background. My background is hardware, software, and networking. You know, if you want to give me an official title, I was a network engineer throughout my career, but I'm retired now. I don't work in that industry anymore. I still have a ton of knowledge and experience. So the hosting side of things, the DevOps side of things, I'm very proficient in that. But when it comes to developing things from scratch, no. Like I learned, what was it? Swift. I was building some iOS prototype. It took me months and months and months to get the simplest features working. And I had to do it on my spare time, mind you. So I would learn things as I needed. But listen, I think a lot of us are in the same boat. We're not software developers, right? We're just people with ideas who see the possibilities of this tech, who want to try to turn our ideas into something. And that's the beauty of this revolution of what's happening is I personally think it is not a bubble like a lot of people seem to believe. But yeah, nevertheless, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Appreciate the question too. Yeah, I love Convex too. Hey, I didn't mean to show off. Any chance I can to practice another language, I will do it. I will do it. Is Ghosty not available for PC? I could have sworn it was. Listen, I don't use a PC as often as I used to. When I use it, it's for different things. I primarily use Linux-based OSs or Mac-based OS X operating systems for everything I'm doing nowadays. Yeah. All right, we caught up on all the comments. Let's get back to getting this first prototype working, shall we? Excuse me. Yeah, and something else I did want to work on today, I don't think we're going to get time to work on it. I'm building out this free resource called Clawcrib. If you're still here, can never do it. This part's free, right? It's always going to be free. The builder is going to be free. The browse is going to be free. But I'm running into certain issues where it's like, I know not a lot of people are going to want to share their setups, their souls, their identities, etc. So I'm really like taking a few steps back before I deployed this part of it. Because my original idea, I'm realizing it's not a very good one because not a lot of people are going to participate, right? So I really want to just turn Clawcrib into a place for people to learn, that we visualize everything labeled in docs for OpenClaw.ai. And then additionally, I'm going to sell harnesses at some point for small to mid-sized companies, custom solutions, custom builds, plus, monthly contracts. But the core of what this is always going to be free. It's going to be an awesome free resource to build your own on a canvas builder. Hopefully I come up with a solution for the browse feature and people are willing to share their setups. And then the learn feature, right? This is going to always be the default to just come in and see visually like, oh, wow, how's the memory architecture? And then you can kind of just drag over certain things and just learn, right? So I'm going to continue working on this each week, try to incorporate one or two new core concepts from the docs and just build week by week. Right now, the main focus is making sure I execute on the bootcamp. So I kind of curbed this for now, but as my time frees up, because I'm wrapping up a side project right now with a client, and some time's going to free up, which is great. Okay. Oh, but going back to it, Promtbrowser, we should at least be able to go and preview one of them, right? It allowed you to pop up and it gave you a structured prompt based on role, task, context, constraints, and output. Everything followed this framework, right? And why you use this prompt, tips for using this prompt. So maybe I deploy this down the road. I'll keep the code base separate, but it's just something that didn't really call to me after I built it originally, because I realized how kind of pointless it was going to be, It was a fun learning experience, don't get me wrong. I learned a lot building this. But we're essentially going to reuse the name, the domain, the logo, and we're building out this version 2 of it, so to speak. And I think what I will do is maintain this kind of structure here and filter. I love this filter menu bar that as you scroll, it will show you like what you select. Yeah, clearly it's buggy right now, but wow, yeah. But I think what was this? Oh yeah, this was an idea to incorporate skills. But there's just so many other people who have started comprehensive libraries that, listen, I don't want to compete with them. They did a great job building their libraries. So why am I going to add more fluff or, more options to the market when there's already great options out there? So that was another thing. It was like, this was a great experience, but there's other people out there doing it way better with bigger, more comprehensive libraries. There's no point for me to compete and confuse people. But one thing I haven't seen is a prompt library that extracts prompts from AI YouTube videos. So we're rolling with it. We are rolling with it. What's done? All right, you guys, I'm going to take this off screen because, listen, I don't want to show you the API. I don't want to have to go and create a new one. I don't want to have people trying to use the API. So let me just set all that up off screen. So in the meantime, let's give you the Bootcamp page just because. So you're not looking at nothing. Get API key. Create new under Clearmud. We'll call this Promtbrowser.net. Wants our channel ID too. Nope. Back. How do you get the channel ID? I totally forgot. Is it share channel? Yeah, there it is. Copy channel ID. Almost ready to bring it back on. Just give me 1 second. Oh, I'm also so proud of this. I'm not going to obviously show you, but there's 68 left to respond to on team inbound and 15 on partnerships. To start the day, team was over 100, partnerships was close to 50. I made it a point to start to get back to everybody in a timely manner. I was overwhelmed by the amount of inbound. It was crazy these past few weeks. And I'm doing it in order of oldest to newest as well. So if you just reach out within the last few days, chances are, I essentially caught up to March 1st. So I got to finish everything. I'm going to make it a point to have all that done probably by Sunday. And we're almost ready to bring this back. Channel ID, and that one's GOG. And I think we are good. All right, cool. Can't scrape YouTube directly. Interesting. So I want to make sure for this system, for this app, we use the YT-DLP proxy to download transcripts. I found that one works flawlessly. What can we do to scrape YouTube data directly? I believe I can give you, I'd imagine, a link to a YouTube data API for the V3. I really want to automate this as much as possible. I suppose I can feed you some links to start, but let's wire this prototype up properly, right? Let's get this working. And then I'll go ahead and do the npx convex dev and npm run dev once you wire that in. Oh, sorry about that. I was scrolled up on comments for some reason and didn't see the recent ones. Oh, I love it. I love you guys asking each other questions. This is great. I'm guessing you're asking Derek, so I won't intervene. But if you're asking me, be clear about that. Let me know. All right, so some restructuring is happening. YT DLP for transcripts. I mentioned this earlier on in the live stream. It is solid, it's reliable. I use it for all of my apps. YouTube data API for channel listing. Okay. Let me go grab that in the meantime. Google Cloud Console. Clearmud.ai. Oh, I do have a cloud project for Promtbrowser. Let's go. YouTube data. I'll show as much of this as I can, but I think at some point I'm going to have to hide it. Wonderful. And yeah, this is where, listen, I don't want to have to recreate credentials after the fact, so we are keeping this off screen. Now, if you guys ever want to see a video related to some of these steps, let me know specifically, and I'll do a dummy demo account and expose every key possible. But since this is something I'm actually going to be building to deploy, I don't want to have to redo work. Now, do you just need an API key, or do you need me to set up an OAuth client ID with access to that API key? Oh, got busy. So I really only use it as an editor when I'm in my Ubuntu sandbox environments in the terminal. If I need to edit a document, I like using Nano. It's a certain type of terminal-based text editor. I know some people prefer VI. I can't remember. I think it's VI. But no, it's not my, it's only when I need to and if I'm in the terminal. I primarily use the terminal to communicate. And to keep things lightweight, since I have so much running in the background on this workstation. It's like, this is already taking a combination of 6 cores and 16 gigs of memory away from my host PC. So for me to spin up an IDE, it's unnecessary, right? I'd rather just spin up a lightweight terminal to do the vibe coding rather than spinning up Cursor or Visual Studio Code, which is gonna pull more resources, right? When I already have so much so many resources divvied out to these different VMs. To me, it's more of a resource thing, right? Yeah, sure. Like it's nicer to work out of Cursor or Visual Studio or whatever your preferred IDE is, and just pop open the terminal on the bottom. And I do for certain client projects. Yeah, like I have Visual Studio Code. I only open for clients now. Cursor, I open for me. Anti-gravity, I open to test. And those are the only 3 IDEs I use at this moment. But it's, for me, it's specifically, I have so much running in the background. I'd rather not stress the computer more than it needs to be stressed. So I use the terminal whenever I possibly can. Especially since these are two are running 24/7. It's that's my purpose for doing it this way. Make sure it's enabled on the same project, your Gemini 3, and that's it. Really? That's it? No, my question is, when I'm creating a credential, I have the option to create an API key, which obviously is not the move here since you're telling me to tie it to an existing API key. I don't see an option in Google AI Studio API keys menu to enable. Let me double check. Yeah, I can't. I would have to do this through the Google Cloud Console. I've already enabled YouTube Data API. Oh, I see the confusion. That's a brain fart on my end. I'm on a completely different project. Let me go to Clearmud AI. Clearmud. Enabled APIs. We should actually already have this enabled from another project. Okay, should be good to go now. It's enabled. A part of the same account that has that API that we created in Google AI Studio. Yeah, sometimes I just feed my raw thoughts, even though this isn't OpenClaw. Let me just take this off screen really quickly. Yeah, and I think a lot of it's preference, right? A lot of it's preference. It's restricted to Gemini only. You'll need a separate API key. Okay, that's fine. So credentials, API key, optionally restricted to, yeah, I got you. But I guess I'll just make it under the Clearmud organization. We'll delete that Promtbrowser one. YouTube data. So I was able to find the API key in the Cloud Console, and I applied YouTube data. So try it again. Should work. I don't want to have to create 2 separate API keys here. Let's try this. Is it exposing it? Yeah, it's kind of exposing it. And actually, it was already exposed, so I'm gonna have to delete this. Damn it. Yeah, let's start over. I exposed that on a live stream really quickly. Let me just go create a new API key so bad actors can't take advantage of that one. Damn. Thought I was solid. I'm just gonna delete that real quick. Oh, that's funny. Create new. Not that I think anybody watching would do that, but you just never know. You just never know. Call that V2. All right, we got that deleted quickly and promptly. No pun intended with the prompt browser. YouTube data, API v3, save. We should be good to go. Nice. It can see our live from today. Don't generate today's live stream. Almost ready to bring it back. Give me 1 second. All right. I was like, let's just add walls of text so we don't expose that most recent. Go down there and npm run dev, npx convex dev. Should be ready now. Localhost 3000. Okay. Listen, it's not like the most visually appealing, but I like it. I like it. Obviously, a lot of room for improvement here. A lot of room for improvement here. I think it's great. I think if anything, so before I start testing anything, my initial first impressions of this landing page, I think the top menu bar should not be displayed on the first view. You have to essentially paste a YouTube URL, or you can go and we give a browse button below it, which then takes them into like the browse subdirectory, for example. And then you can see the subdirectory for extract. But like first view, I don't like how things are aligned with the nav header and the footer. I think it's okay. Yeah, remove the nav header and the footer off of the default landing page. I think those should only be accessible once you extract something, or maybe you're browsing, right? And then didn't I ask you to run the last 3 videos excluding today's live stream? Where is that content? I don't see them. And then I'll test scanning a random video. Okay, I mean, not bad. But this is where I'm gonna obviously go down. We'll open this up a little bit. Can move these off to the right. And this is where I'm gonna spin up Gemini next to have it add its own little touch of personality to the front end. Look at that. Okay, much better. Now, I would want it obviously centered. It's a little bit aligned too high, but it's simple. I freaking love it. Okay, great. Wonderful. Yo, what's up, Benny? Thanks for tuning in. How you doing today? We're just vibe coding today, doing Q&A, just answering whatever questions and rebuilding an old idea of mine. That was originally like a comprehensive prompt library that we're turning into a prompt extractor for our videos and other YouTube AI videos as well. Uh-oh. We got some errors. It should resolve itself. We're just going to wait here. What else do we have to do? Yo, what's up, Greek? Hey, thank you. Thank you. Man, it's like I don't look that often, but every time I look, it just keeps going up. I'm just floored. And grateful for, so Greek is also one of the first 5 subs. I remember, I think he was one of 2. He's an old friend and just very grateful for the support. He's been here since day 1. But yeah, grateful equally for each and every one of you. But Greek, shout out Greek. All right, we can close that. We can close that. We can close that. Almost ready to start testing. I want to see if it's going to do. Yeah, it's going to do the 3 Clearmud videos. Nice. It's going to do stop installing skills and build your own. Let's see how this does. Yeah, what are you going to do? You know, the best I can do is keep showing up every day, keep making each video better than the last, and keep providing value on these live streams. You know, I'm not worried about the metrics. I'm not worried about the metrics. It's all vanity at the end of the day. The fact there's a handful of people in here who are actually finding value, building things, learning, and sharing with one another, that's good enough for me. Okay. So let's go find a video to scan, shall we? Let's go to one of Greg's videos. Ooh, Perplexity Computer. This is actually a video I saved to watch on the airplane ride back, but I ended up not flying back the day I was meant to fly back.
In plain text.
It's interesting because I've built a lot of these automations a while back, but this video kind of breaks down Obsidian's capabilities that I was unaware of. So, but that's a very long video to transcribe. Let's try to find something shorter. Is this one shorter? Yeah, 37 minutes. Let's see what prompts we can extract from his Perplexity computer. Unscripted test, going beyond the first email. Yeah, I think this will be a great one to transcribe, to test. Man, didn't I set? Yeah, I did. It just needs me to confirm sometimes. I see first 3 videos seeded, only 3 prompts extracted. I feel like we shouldn't set a rule on this tool to only extract 1 prompt per video. I'm going to test this when we paste in Greg's video. But I wonder if there's some type of, like our live stream from Wednesday. Oh yeah, look at that, 10 prompts. Wow, look at that. It already has that logic in place. I love it. Ooh, great. Whoops, wrong one. Just had to take that off screen for a second. All right, look at that. We got 3 from yesterday's video, 10 from Wednesday's live stream, and then 6 from Tuesday's video. Killer. Ooh. Browse library. Let's see how this looks. Yo, this is actually really cool. This is really, really cool. It could be improved as far as the UX is concerned, but this is really cool. What? Let's go to that bootcamp. Look at this. It's pulling all of our voice to text prompts from like the main ones. Wow. Gives you the timestamp as well. Yo, I'm shocked it did as good on a one shot as it did. There's some things I want to critique, but I like where it started. Wow. I only want to add one thing. I'm not going to add anything to the logic right now because I'm happy with the outputs so far. So I'm going to start testing with other creators' channels. However, in the footer, it says built by Clearmud. We like saying made with curiosity, right? Yes, reference Clearmud, and I think we should hyperlink to clearmud.ai in the footer as well. But, you know, we build things with curiosity. So let's make that just minor tweak to the UI, and then I'll come back at you with a lot more changes and improvements. But good first run. Good. Thank you. Okay. Yo, like this is really cool. I think out of the gate, make it wider, right? Make it wider. Have like a sub menu up top, right? Allowing you to kind of filter through the browse section, maybe. Maybe even make this full width up top, right? This part. And then have them two, essentially two columns side by side. Just each row have two options, maybe even three options. But it did really good. It doesn't look like there's any like non-prompt stuff in here. This is a workflow related, like, dude, right? Dude, this is insane. And like, that was a one shot. Now, mind you, we went back and forth quite a bit on the plan, but I mean, whoo. All right, let's go try to extract. Let's see what happens. Let me make sure I didn't copy a new video in the meantime. Let's share, copy link, go back to Promtbrowser. Okay, definitely need some improvement to this. So thinking out loud, I'm trying to extract a prompt right now. And when I paste in a link and hit extract, I think we can improve this approach quite a bit. Wow, that was quick. Hold up. That was quick. Okay, so there's reviewing this output. First of all, that felt too quick. Is that accurate? Did this actually run the What is Perplexity Computer by Greg Eisenberg? It pulled 7 prompts. Can you please look into that? Is this just how fast Gemini 3 3.1 flashlight works? Because that was just eerily fast. Like it was almost too suspect, right? Like that was too fast. That shocks me. Let's see. Find the founder, CEO of these 30 companies on LinkedIn, research their company recent news. Interesting. The creator is setting up cold outreach campaign for podcast sponsorships by automating research. Nice. Okay. Productivity. I run the Startup Ideas podcast. This is for podcast sponsorships. Research who. Interesting. I think one feature we could incorporate here is you give a timestamp of like roughly when it happens in the video. I think that time should be clickable and open up. Let's call it a pop-up module that opens up the YouTube video at that minute marker. That'll be a nice quality of life update to the system. But additionally, when I first ran it, the text kind of overlapped with the extract field. So I think just getting a little bit more creative with when you successfully begin in extraction, so to speak, that it just looks a little bit better, right? I think that you can essentially get rid of the source URL and button menu bar and then create a module that floats below with some creative, what would I want to add there? Maybe like creative, like matrix style text that's just animating on screen, scrolling down like a little module box with a loading circle or loading text, I think would be a nice feature to add in there. Get it done. And as you can see, when I'm vibing, I vibe and I just talk. I think. I talk to it like it's a person. I recommend you do the same. It's a game changer. Like, yeah, you burn through a little bit more tokens, but come on now. This is how we learn. People don't know exactly what they want. You gotta work through it. I gotta say though, that was insanely quick. Anyone else see how quick that was? That was just eerie. That was eerie. Browse library. So, browse. I did notice an issue, like it didn't, I think after the initial population, it should take you to this view here, right? Okay, dark mode can be improved quite a bit, but so much golden nuggets here. This is insane. It's like you don't have to watch any videos anymore. Ooh. I can manually edit that. I don't need to prompt it to tell it to edit the capital letter. And then I also want to think ahead, right? Once we go live with this tool, per 1,000 runs, how much is it going to cost us to keep this tool alive? Because we might have to set up some type of rate limiting per person. We might have to, I'd love to keep it free, but maybe we do a Google auth or some type of magic link auth. And then we limit the accounts per, right? Like, I want to make sure somebody doesn't come and try to exploit this and then leave me with a, you know, $1,000 bill of API usage because they were just jerks and wanted to be devious, right? Because there's plenty of people out there like this, sadly. $0.20 per 1,000. That's insane. Come on now. Come on. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Make it make sense. Clean build. All three features are in. Matrix style loader. Cool. Clickable timestamps. Cool. Clean state transactions. Okay. And did you analyze whether or not that entire transcript was actually downloaded and referenced for Greg Eisenberg's test? Because that was insanely quick. I just want to make sure that the data I see was actually pulled from the video, right? I'm going to verify and double check everything, but I just want to confirm this with you. Okay. Let's go test. Let's go pick another video to test, shall we? Let's go to, let's show Riley Brown some love. Where is he? There he is. I need to watch this video. So maybe we'll just pull this video. All right. So we're going to pull that and go home. Let's make sure that this is good to go first. So it does detect 33,000 characters, 6,200 words. Let me cross-reference. I could always manually go in and check that, like going to the video, download the transcript, but I'm just going to trust it. That's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Absolutely bonkers. I mean, listen, that's wow. Wow. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and test again right now. Hold on. All right. Bam. Oh, look at that. I like this way better. Look at that, just a little creativity and thinking out loud. Listen, we're rolling with it. I'm keeping that. This is going to production. First, of course, we're gonna have to analyze this code base with Codex before we push this to production, and I want to optimize this, so. All right, thinking aloud, I approve the loading screen. Wonderful, looks fantastic. However, when somebody runs an extraction, I think that, right, you still essentially have that header as if they're on that fresh landing page. Whereas if you go to the browse library and then select that same video that was just ran, you then now see the nav header. You see the header of the video with the embedded thumbnail link. I think it should forward to this after the initial, loading screen. This is much more pleasant, right? You actually see the broad scope of Promtbrowser, all the options across the top menu bar. Additionally, for the nav header, it should be global across every page. Make sure that the menu options are aligned on the right-hand side next to the light mode dark toggle button rather than the left-hand side. Additionally, for the footer, go ahead and give the curiosity a capital C. Make sure Clearmud is a slight blue, so it pops. Make it a sky blue, if you will. And then thinking out loud to the output. Ooh, nice. System prompt. I'm testing, clicking.
Which will ultimately help your company.
Look at that. Good job. When I click the minute marker, it actually pops open.
It's very.
Oh, but I just stopped the damn prompt. Okay. Luckily, we're good. Let me just paste all that in there. Come on. Didn't I just paste that? Sometimes the CLI does this. If it's a very long prompt, I'm just waiting here at this point. Oh, no, it's not. So paste. Please don't tell me it just canceled that entire. Damn it. Excuse my language. Dang it. No, I didn't know you can X out whisper flows. I've been using this for so long. Ooh, look at that. Transaction was dismissed, recover. Good stuff. Good stuff. My goodness gracious. Oh, I didn't want to have to re-say all that, you know? Wonderful. Oh, but let's go back to it now that I'm not. So I love how it keeps us on.
You're adding it.
It keeps us on Promtbrowser. The only thing, we should probably add an X because it wasn't intuitive for me to.
Agents.
Well, I guess if you click in the empty space.
Agents purpose.
Right, that's an intuitive action.
Will.
Nice. Nice, it's applying all those fixes. What are you talking to? Oh, you're talking about the prompts. Yeah, so I'm thinking also one feature we can incorporate is it's like save this prompt. So I think we will set up a login here and allow people to create their own accounts to then save prompts from videos. I still have to improve, right? So let's refresh this page. Oh, I did tell it to make it global, didn't I? Okay, I think I'm gonna fix this. I would rather not see either one of these on the home page, right? But I think that extract should be default. and then maybe a Clearmud section below. Okay. All right, so my mistake, you did a great job on all the changes. Everything looks great. However, the nav header and the footer should not be visible on the landing page, the home page, right? Additionally, I think below the extract fields where people can paste a YouTube URL, alternatively, what they can do is, I think we should show the thumbnails of each video of the, let's call it the last 3 Clearmud videos and live streams, all right? A combination should always populate there so that people can then choose to go check out prompts discussed in that. So there's a bit of a visual. I think that'll be a nice touch to add to the homepage landing page rather than, you know, I think you can condense the number of videos scanned, prompts found, number of channels. I think we can find a way to kind of show that, but not make that the center of attention, right? So we're essentially on the landing page giving people option A, extract from video, option B, check out Clearmud videos to check out the prompts discussed in any given video. And yeah, additionally, when I'm in the browse section, I think so far the default layout looks okay. But when I click a particular video, I think that the title of the video where you see the title, the creator, the length, and the embedded thumbnail, I think that should sit below the nav header as a secondary menu, but be just as wide as Promtbrowser and, you know, all the way to the left, and then the light mode dark toggle all the way to the right. And then below that, all of the prompts should be displayed in 2 columns rather than 1 column. Keep the filter options the same. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? I think a lot of it is just like, hey, this is why we do this. This is why we do this, right? This is why we build in public. This is why we test new ideas in public. It's to give you ideas, right? I was not expecting to love this as much as I do. I'm launching this very, very soon. The fact it's so cheap to run, I think I'll launch it once I set up the save feature and the auth feature, right? I think that's the approach. I'm noticing all my bots are slow to respond to me. Elaborate. What models are they using? What happened? What changed? Yeah, so listen, I generally don't build with cheap models. Not to say that you can't, but I think the output, you'll get closer to a one-shot if you use Opus 4.6, for example, over Haiku to do the initial planning and build. One thing I haven't tried actually is do the planning with Opus and then try to have Haiku build it. That's one thing I haven't tried, which is actually a great idea for a YouTube video. So let's add that into our, let's go ahead and run a YouTube script right now. Plan with Opus 4.6, build with Haiku. Is it 4.6? No, 4.5. Demo the idea of planning a web app with Opus and then executing the build with Haiku. I like this video idea. Thank you for the idea, Got Busy. This is great. Yeah, so I'm using for this, for the backend, right? To build it, no, I'm using Opus 4.6, right? This is, Flash is not building this. But the backend of it is fully Flash, yeah. Only a Gemini API. And we're using Flash 3.1 Lite Preview, I think it's called. Let's go check the Gemini docs. Yeah, this one here. Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite Preview. And I loved it because it had this 1 million context window. This was just released and just announced. So listen, I'm floored. I'm absolutely floored by this. This is so simple, but it's so great. We're pushing this live as soon as possible. I want everyone to be able to benefit from this. Okay. After extraction, matrix loader plays, then redirects to, okay. Okay. So before I paste in that prompt, let me just test. I can't remember if I prompted, oh yeah, it did. So in this prompt, it's gonna fix all that. So let's have it do all of our most recent changes, and then we'll go from there. Man, as much as I wanna go eat some dinner right now, I was not planning on going over 2 hours today. I'm way too excited about this. So we're rolling until I'm happy at a stopping point. So we'll probably be at it for another hour at least, is my guess. But we might have to take an intermission. I might need another cup of coffee. But I don't have a BRB screen. I need to configure a BRB screen for when we start streaming like this. Bro, I'm so pumped. Stole some of your ideas. I got YouTube Scraper working. Gives yeah, that YT DLP. Listen, I've tested countless approaches. YT-DLP proxy works every freaking time. If you're ever having issues extracting YouTube transcripts, use that. Just tell your agent that. Tell your LLM to utilize that. It'll work every time. Dude, you're not stealing anything. You're being inspired from. That's what we're doing this for, right? So I'm happy to hear you're getting ideas from this. Yep. Yeah, and the fact it does it that quick, to me is, oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This looks wonderful. Yo, this is so simple. Nice. Look at this second menu bar. This is coming together. This looks way, 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 way better. All right. The dark mode, something feels off to me. Something along the lines of these borders and how kind of like light focused these tags are doesn't feel right to me. But I'm loving the structure. I'm loving how this is coming together. Yo, what? So let's go back. Let's browse. All right. So now I think it's time we improve the browse section, or the browse subdirectory rather. I think it should be just as wide as our logo and our light dark mode toggle, just as it is when you click on a video. I don't know how you feel about doing a secondary menu for the browse search and filter tag options. Not sure how you feel about that. I think that for the browse, we should add a creator-based tag so somebody can search, if Greg Eisenberg videos have been processed, that can easily be selected. Yeah, and any other suggestions you may have based off of the work that you've done, I'm all ears. But I think getting rid of this, single row approach, it takes up so much real estate, right? We can improve on this drastically. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm gonna wait for that build to finish and then hit submit. All right, hit submit. Then I got a TLDR, which summarizes it for me, and ask a question about it button, which I can ask a question about it. Oh, look at that. So you're like incorporating, man, Derek, that's brilliant. You're incorporating Notebook LM in a way, right? Some of the functionality where you give it a source URL and then you can ask questions pertaining to the source URL. Dude, love it. Are you gonna share the sauce? Are you gonna show us what you built? Maybe in the Discord for the crew? That would be awesome to see what you built. All right. I should also pay more attention to let me open up our live stream because I don't see the live viewer count. Today feels very intimate, much smaller, obviously, than Wednesday. Wednesday was a bit wild. Okay, we have 24. Shout out to each and every one of you watching. Are you excited for this tool? Are you excited to use this tool? This is going to be completely free. I'm loving the fact that we just built this live. I showed you all the steps, and it's freaking amazing how it works. how quick it is, how efficient and cheap it is to run this tool. And then do me a favor. I only see 18 likes on the video, but there's 24 of you watching. Listen, I do all of this for free. I'm never gonna sell you a bootcamp. I'm never gonna sell you a course. I'm never gonna paywall any of this content. So the least you can do, hit that like button, drop a comment, and share this with a friend. Like, do all the things you can do for free. The fact we have more viewers than likes right now is kind of, I don't want to say disrespectful, but it's rude. It's rude. Like, come on now. Do the things that you can do for free so that I can keep doing this for free. It really helps promote the channel, right? So, right? Yay. Thank you, Carlos. Hey, peace and love. Hey, I appreciate you. Listen, I never want to be that type to say that, but I did want to kind of look at it and see, and I was like, wow, there's a discrepancy here. What's going on? Like, come on now. Come on now. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Nice. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Listen, I think it's a great tool. I'm going to focus on launching this by Monday at the absolute latest, since we are going into the weekend. I'm going to take tomorrow off. I need a day off the computer. With as much time as I spend behind screens, it's going to be nice to just disconnect. I might golf. I might not if the weather's nice. All right, let's get back to it though. But hey, thank you everybody. Listen, I understand everyone's busy. Everyone's got their own lives. Everyone's got their own struggles and things they're focused on. So I'm not mad at you if you don't like the video. It's the least that can be done, right? If you're finding any value at all, just do the things that can help promote the channel. That's all I ask. Late for this coding. What were you working on? Yeah, so today we were just doing a lot of Q&A, and then I rebuilt, I had a simple version. I built this thing called Promtbrowser back in August is when I started working on it. It was supposed to be a comprehensive prompt library with landing page prompts, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, it felt like I was adding too much to the market, whereas like there's other databases out there with people who share more comprehensive libraries of prompts and skills and all this. Like, it was supposed to be a skills directory, but it was just like, it was too much. And I thought the other week, like, what if I turned Promtbrowser into a way to browse all of our YouTube videos here on the channel, automatically extract prompts from the videos, the live streams, the long forms, right? But then what if we allow the public to use it to paste in any video, but then, addition to that, let's make sure that gets added to the Promtbrowser library. So when one person scans a video, everyone else can see it and benefit from it. And this is where the idea birthed from. And we built this out fairly quickly. We're using Convex as the back end. Front end, it's I think it's Vite. I can ask for the tech stack. I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah. Hope that answers your question. Nice. Yeah. I can't wait to see it. So for anybody curious, the Discord is filling out. It's filling out, and I hope to see more people just engaging, sharing what they're building, right? I will be brutally honest with you. We have a 3-week inactivity rule. If you are silent for more than 3 weeks, you get the boot. And it's because we want people to communicate and share, ask questions, engage with one another, help one another, right? It's not just a place to ask questions for 1 or 2 people. It's a place for everyone to interact and help one another, right? So engage. And I get it. Everyone's got their own lives and stuff going on. But yeah, we do have that 3-week rule because let's face it, there's always going to be kind of silent watchers who don't want to interact. And I get it, right? Not everybody is, I don't think you have to be an extrovert to interact in Discord. I think Discord was built for introverts, right? So just engage, have fun, share what you're building, help one another, and spread the vibes, Hey, I appreciate you, Hey, we all have, listen, the reason I say without squirrel ado, it's just something, I'm a squirreler. I squirrel, like, think a dog, squirrel, You know what I mean? Like, it is so easy for me to lose boop and focus on something else. Like, it's a part of my identity because it reminds me to not squirrel as much. So, you know, it was funny at first to incorporate into like my intro transition into the body of a video or a live stream. But now I honestly, like, it's a part of the way I communicate to remind myself subconsciously not to squirrel, right? So without squirrel ado, right? That just like immediately kicks me into the right mindset. So, but hey, I thank you for being here. The GOAT. Hey, thank you, John. Well, if you're going in over, the least we can do is click a button. Hey, thank you, Marco. Thank you. Glad you like the idea. So there is a invite link up in the chat, but I won't make you scroll. Let me generate another 10 invites. And you know what we're probably going to do? Because I want to finish this, but I do want to take a quick break, a quick bio break. So I think we'll do like a 5-minute intermission, but let me first send out some invites. We'll do an intermission, then we're going to finish this, this build here. Man, I need another coffee. I was just staring at the wrong screen in Discord for too long. All right, I'm gonna send out another 10 invites right now. This link expires in 7 days. Yeah, and another thing with the Discord is, listen, Derek's he's the only OG at the moment, right? But he got his own Derek's Den. Because he has helped me tremendously. He has a lot of insights. I wanted to create this for him because I already know there's going to be tons of people wanting to ask him specific questions. So I thought, what better way than to give him his own channel that he can moderate and kind of control. So we also have in the community section, Derek's Den. So any questions directed towards Derek, anything that he's building, please, like, engage, have fun. Hey, by the way, I love that banner. That's great. What did you use to generate this with, Derek? I'm curious. Was this a Nano Banana Pro or Nano Banana 2 rather? All right, before we take the intermission though, give me 1 second. I want to just make sure all of these changes apply and we're gonna review them. We're gonna vibe one more prompt and then I'll do an intermission. So I recommend everyone go take their coffee break, beer break, whatever break you wanna take. But we'll do that momentarily here. Here's what the browse page looks like. Sticky filter bar, okay. Ooh, that actually gives me an idea. Let's refresh this. And let's go grab a fresh video from another creator. Let's show some love. Who do we want to show some love to? Raz Mike. This one. This was a great video. If you guys haven't watched it, go watch it. It's a great video.
So if you're someone,
he's an awesome creator. Looking forward to collabing one day. So I'm gonna copy this video URL. We're gonna go to the Promtbrowser, paste that in there. Yeah, we're good. God, I love how this came together. Man, this is great. Okay, so. Okay, I think it's good enough for now. I don't want to get too picky. In the Notion, there's a page called Leads and Pipeline. Interesting, okay. So it didn't do a good job here, pulling prompts. This is the first time it missed, I think. The creator suggests replacing vague commands. Oh, okay, I see. I think we need to highlight this a little bit more. What do you think, chat? Because to me, initially, I was like, wait, this isn't a prompt, but it says why it pulled this nugget, right? After agent successfully completes a task, instruct it to formalize those steps into a skill file, SOP, so it can repeat the process continuously. Okay. I'm wondering if this text should be above the prompt. And let's see what happens when we copy paste. Is it just gonna be, yeah, it's just the code block, okay. Okay. Some of these are simple, but they work, right? Nano 2. Nice, nice. I'm updating, which also, shout out Derek. Oh, I need to finish that script, don't I? See, definition of a squirrel. I started the script based off of that idea from Gob Izzy, plan with Opus 4.6, build with Haiku 4.5 to see how it works. I think even maybe build with Sonnet, but we're gonna start off with a Haiku version of it. Love that, love that. Three video angles, planned with Opus and built with Haiku. Here's what happened. That's cool. That's just a great, just experiment. And that's the recommended, okay. So, strategy 1. Let's do it. Even though I feel like Sonnet 2 might be, or Sonnet 4.6 might be more requested. I can always switch it. I can generate the script as is and just do the demo as Sonnet 4.6 instead. Yeah, I think that's what I'll end up doing. But yeah, turn 2, YouTube script generating, wonderful. What was I coming in here for? I was giving a shout out to Derek. So I have this unified brand kit here. Looks like it's buggy. Okay, damn. I did some work on this last night and I forgot to check to make sure everything works. All right, for Clearmud OS, when I try to visit brand kit in settings, we get a blank white screen. Additionally, the prompt library has the same issue. When I click prompt library on the left menu bar, it has a blank white screen. Please analyze. We did a lot of changes last night before the weekly usage reset. So look into what caused this to break and fix this in Clearmud OS, please. Okay. I'm going to cue that prompt to take care of that in a second. So we'll get that fixed. Let's go back to browse. So all right, so the browse secondary menu, I think we can improve on this. I think that I like the idea of showing all Clearmud community. I think when you click community, the all creators section with those pill tags should be in line. So that should be below the actual secondary menu, but you know, atop the main context, or rather the main container for all of the videos displayed. Minor little tweak, but I think that'll add a nice touch to the user experience. Only being in the space for 6 to 8 weeks, who would be your top 5 YouTubers to follow? Interesting question, interesting question. I think my recommendations would be based on what you want to learn. Because the channels I would recommend would change depending on what it is you want. Do you want to be slightly entertained? Or do you want to actually learn and see valuable insights and use cases, and like what, or do you want a mix of both, right? Yeah, I think my answer would depend on what it is you're looking for specifically, right? Because listen, I love them all, right? I think everyone's bringing valuable insights in their own way. But I think that I can't just recommend a top 5 because the top 5 would be dependent based off of what it is you're looking for and what it is you're looking to learn. Yeah. So I'm going to take a quick intermission as this is building. We're going to do 5 minutes, maybe even 10, but 5 is what I'm going to aim for. Bio, coffee, and then I'll be back. And then I'll answer that question a little bit more in depth once I see your answer to kind of what it is you're looking to learn. Or do you just want channels to follow that you could listen to and work on other things with? Because then I have different recommendations for that. But if you want channels to actually follow step by step what to do, how to do it, how they did it, those channels I would change, right? Like each recommendation will change depending on your answer. But quick bio break. I'm also going to change the battery on this camera because I did just see it glitch a little bit. So we're going to keep this front and center. Man, I'm loving how this is coming together. Let's go. All right, I'll be back. we're back. Man, I gotta love seeing the chat of people conversing while we're taking an intermission. Let's go. How many people did we lose? We still have 22. Let's go. Let's go. Man, I love to see this. So I'm gonna let y'all chat. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna finish drinking this espresso here. I am not going to sleep anytime soon, huh? Okay. So, opens a new tab to the video. That's wonderful. It's weird. I wonder if it's the system time, but this icon isn't changing now. Huh. But I love the separation here. We have a clean secondary menu bar. All right, we're at a great point. One thing I did notice with the light dark toggle, it's showing only a kind of like a sun, regardless of the view that we're in. So is this related to system time? What happened there? Additionally, I had this thought as I was taking a break of, you know, I want to make sure that you know, if somebody, for example, were to scan a video, like a music video, I don't know why they would do that, but something that's unrelated to AI or unrelated to the ability to generate prompts from the creative or from the video, right? We should have a way to automatically filter and tag that and say, hey, thanks for using this tool, but this isn't an AI related, you know, piece of content, so we can't extract any prompts. What would be our approach to incorporating this logic so that bots, for example, or people can't come in and start generating, extracting, and trying to extract prompts off of videos that simply don't have any prompts to provide? Like, I'm just thinking raw with you, and I wanted to see the best fail-safe we can put in, or guardrail rather, that we can put in to prevent that type of slop, so to speak. Oh, what's the percentage of block that was fired or let go? 55% or 60%? Jack Dorsey's company, creator of Twitter. I think we're just going to see more and more of that, to be honest. And it's all the more reason, like, if you work in an industry that, you know, let's say you have a specific skill set and you know that at some point AI is going to replace you. I highly recommend you create a harness or a solution that encourages AI to replace you, but then you obviously benefit off of the creation of that tool. You know your processes, your workflows better than anybody else. If they are repeatable and you think you're going to lose your job to AI, like you have an opportunity to build a product, right? Build a product that will be utilized. So sure, you might be let go from that particular job title or role or task, but you have this opportunity to create something from it. So think outside of the box here. Don't just look at it like, it's the end of the world, I'm about to lose my job. Look at it as like, oh wow, this is an opportunity for me to make my own project or SaaS product that countless businesses and enterprise companies can utilize and pay me for, right? Like, there's opportunity within all of this kind of like doomsday outlook. This is true. This is true. This is true. This is true. Yeah, not yet. I think you'd need like a robot, you know? And even then, there's always going to be a place for human connection. There's always going to be a need for human connection, right? Yeah, exactly. And at the very least, just getting familiar with how things work. You don't necessarily have to build something, but understand it, right? I want my own ICP fork. I'm having a brain fart right now. ICP? I could Google it, but I'd rather ask you. Yeah, right? I feel like they should already be a thing. I know McDonald's at some capacity already has this incorporated. I believe there's some McDonald's that have no humans there, essentially, right? It's all robots taking orders and creating the food, right? I'm thinking more along the lines of like having a traditional restaurant setting where you come in, you check in, you get seated, right? Having the waitress or the waiter essentially bring you in, set you at a table. That could be a robot. I'm thinking, what's I know there's another company, but what's Tesla's Optimus? Yeah, something like this, right? I don't think we see a lot of it yet, but I think that's going to become more and more common. But there's going to be something to like, people are going to much rather have a human take their orders and walk around the restaurant handing out the food, right? These types of things. That's what I was thinking more than anything, right? I think so. And I think also like, you know, most people don't need an OS, especially like Muddy OS. This is me, like I built this for the future. It's not necessarily only for the present. I'm fine tuning it. I'm also learning how this stuff works. You know, becoming very proficient in OpenClaw setups and how to set things up and configure things a certain way for specific use cases. But like thinking from the perspective of, do you need an OS? Chances are you can use like a very simplified OS. I would think more about how can you build things that people need, right? Find a need, fill a need, right? That's like the easiest way to start a business and to make money. Find a need and fill that need. I think starting there based off of your experience and expertise and skill sets, and then building an OS to kind of help you manage that and focus more on the bottom line, focus more on generating more revenue, right? Freeing up your time to focus on what matters most, which is that growth, right? Or depending on what you think matters most, right? I think everybody's priorities are a little bit different. Like if my priority right now was on making money, trust me, I'd have a school membership, I'd have a boot camp that is paywalled, I'd have all these things paywalled. But it's my belief that if I just focus on bringing as much value as possible, that long term, YouTube will reward me, partnerships through YouTube will reward me more, because advertisers and sponsors will find our content far more valuable than that of someone who has a school membership or et cetera, because people know they come here and they get the sauce, as Greg Eisenberg says. They get everything. They see the raw step-by-step builds. I think long-term, it's going to benefit the channel far more than any course. So that's like my focus, right? But I'm also blessed to have a certain skill set to allow me to work on the side, right? To pay my bills, to live life, right? Listen, I'm not rich by any means, but I think I'm rich in that mindset of like, I just want to give you as much value as possible, because I know that the return on that is going to be 100x that of just being opportunistic and extractive in the moment, right? And you know, you come across certain channels. Listen, I respect the hustle. I have nothing against anybody who takes those approaches, but that's just not what I'm doing here, you know? All right, let's see what's up with, man, that espresso got me going, especially with no food yet. I'm an intermittent faster. I generally only eat at noon, but since I woke up so late today, I haven't had any food yet. It's 8 p.m. I think it's time to, you know, kind of get this thing pushed live, do the finishing touches, mark it as a beta tool, and then I think why not just push this live right now, right? What do you guys think? Let's check this guardrail suggestions though. Dark mode toggle fix, content guardrail now does a 2-step analysis. Relevance check. Is this video about AI prompts, coding, productivity, or techniques that somebody could actually use? Only runs if relevant. All right, I'm gonna test this right now. All right, what can we do? Okay, this is oh, damn, that's a live stream. Listen, Daryl Eves is like an OG YouTuber. I watch some of his content just to get ideas for how to build a business around YouTube. Let's see. All right, this one's obvious. Listen, I listen to certain background music sometimes. It shouldn't be promoting it on YouTube or Clearmud's like thing, but it is. So let's paste this in here and see if it detects. Whoops. Cool. All right, so I did just try testing a song and it spit me back this error. I think we should get a little bit more creative with the response, right? It failed to extract a transcript because it's not a qualified video, right? So I think getting creative with our verbiage. And let me go test something else. I think I'm gonna go grab an interview that has nothing to do with AI and go from there. So let's go back here. I gotta have something populate here that's not gonna do anything. Let's see. Chris Williamson. I like his podcasts or his interviews, but this is not AI focused, right? You shouldn't be able to extract prompts from this. So let's see. Let's try to test this. Damn. Let's wait for this build to finish though. Hey, I hope you get some good rest. Good rest. Here I am. Too much coffee. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you. We'll catch you on the next one. Have a great weekend, all right? Hey, right here. We're all here. We're in this together. Come join the Discord. I'm pretty sure you're already in there. Yeah. And I think that's a great mindset to have, right? Especially on YouTube. If you only focus on making money on YouTube, chances are you'll either burn out or, it just won't happen the way you think it's going to happen. I have a lot of different channels that I've started over the years. I think my biggest channel was this dog channel that I just essentially repurposed dog clips and turned them into shorts. It's got like 17,000 subs, but the views were it's just like short attention is not the attention you want. That's why I also don't make any shorts on this channel. I'm not making, I don't want to go viral. I don't want shorts. I don't want to go from the perspective of, oh, if I can make some shorts that'll go viral, that'll increase the exposure of the channel. No, I'd rather make quality videos that give actual data and demo and step by step and bring more value in long form. Because short form attention, it's empty attention, in my opinion. I know there's plenty of creators out there making plenty of money from shorts and reels and et cetera, but they're in the entertainment business. I'm not in the entertainment business. I'm more in the education business than anything. So shorts don't educate. Now, RPN does a great job, actually. He's one exception of a short creator that I love to watch and follow along on Instagram. I think he's on YouTube as well. If you guys aren't following him, he does an amazing job at his shorts. He's killing it. Yeah, he was on Greg Eisenberg's show not too long ago, but does he not have a YouTube? I guess he doesn't, huh? Yeah, he doesn't. Interesting. Decline. Oh, I'm not logged in over here. But he makes amazing shorts that like, he gives a lot of value in these shorts. He does a great job. He's very talented. Very, very talented. He's like one of those exceptions, I feel like. All right, let's try to extract. Instead of a red error, music videos and captionless content will show no prompts found. Let's see. No. Yeah, so I just ran a prompt or an extract for a Chris Williamson video. That's an interview podcast style show that has nothing to do with AI, but you allowed it to execute. This is what I was concerned about the most, right? So I want to A, figure out how we can prevent this moving forward, and then B, once you figure it out, make a plan, explain it to me, and execute it, remove that from our library, please. I got 7 kids, a wife, and an ex-wife, not being rich. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but that is just, I'm sure you posted that to kind of get some humor. Man. Oh. Yeah, this is true right here as well. And I think it's an art to make shorts that actually teach people and keep the attention, right? Short form attention is squirrel-brained attention. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat that. If you don't capture their attention and emotionally hook them within X amount of seconds, like, you've lost them, right? Listen, I don't want to be in that game. I'd rather focus on the slow build here on YouTube, long form. Maybe down the road, we like, I reserved my Instagram tag because I do plan on doing short form content at some point, and that's where it's going to live, is on Instagram. I'm never going to post shorts on YouTube. I just don't see the point. And I have no interest in doing that. But I did reserve the Instagram tag for when we start doing that vertical format. But that's down the road, right? I don't check that Instagram. So forgive me if anybody's like following it. I mean, go ahead and follow it if you want. We will start that up at some point. I just wanted to reserve it first and foremost. Let me explain the plan and implement it. The problem. Current guardrail is a single pass. Gemini gets the full transcript and is asked to both classify relevance and extract prompts. The issue is that Gemini is a people pleaser. When given a long transcript, it tries to find something useful, even stretching generic advice into prompts. An interview about attention spans become productivity prompts. 2-stage gate. Fast pre-classification. Sends only the title, first 500 words. Does this video contain specific AI prompts, automation workflows, or demonstrations of AI tools? Strict criteria, general productivity advice, interviews, entertainment equals no. Okay, and it got to work. Let me actually... Let's update to the latest version of Codex because I believe system-wide it is not updated. Oh, I ran the wrong command, damn it. Okay. Nice. Actually, before we run Codex, I do want to run Gemini. But let's actually wait to start that session until we're happy with what Opus does for us. That's it. Okay, we're gonna test with that same video to see if it works, and then we'll test with one more just to be sure. Let's go back. Bam, bam, extract. Don't you dare. No prompts found. The collapse of the modern attention. Cal Newport. Great job. It looks like it worked, but the styling of the notice is off. I mean, just look at this light mode styling. When I do check dark mode, it actually does look ideal, so it's perfect in dark mode, but we need to address that for light mode. I'm pasting a screenshot in here for you. And let's go grab another one just because I am very, very curious on... Oh, that's a good one. Where was Ali Abdal? Tell you everything. Okay, we'll copy that. Refresh, paste, extract, see what happens. And then I want to honestly go back and make sure that we didn't just brick something. So let's go do an Alex Finn video. Let's go do his most recent one. Oh, and I realized I didn't answer the question to top 5 channels I would watch. Let me see if, can't remember. We walked away, took an intermission. Let's see. Hey, I appreciate you, Derek. This channel, best. Yeah. Yeah, listen, I think top of list, right? Greg Eisenberg, Riley Brown, Raz Mike, Ray Fernando, Matt Berman, Alex Finn. But if you want like unique, learn and be able to implement use cases. Okay. Let me pull up some for you. I hope you're still here. John. Sorry, I kind of had a brain fart and forgot to answer your question when I came back from the intermission. But I will show you a few other channels that Derek didn't mention as well. All right. Look at that. Beautiful. So let's now go back and test, make sure that it actually doesn't say that an AI channel is not, doesn't have prompts. Oh man, yeah, I just got incredibly hungry. Incredibly hungry. Okay. So Peter Yang, definitely atop the list. Go check him out if you haven't already. Very valuable videos. This one isn't necessarily an AI focused channel, but he does interview people who build apps. You get a ton of ideas, a ton of different use cases, different applications. It just really gets the ideation flowing, starter story. The Boring Marketer, I know he hasn't posted in a while, but he brings value. So go check him out as well. Corbin's another one where he brings some value, does some entertainment, right? Really focuses on the intro, does these like animations, mascot style things. He has some great valuable content, so it's kind of like part value, part entertainment, but worth a follow. This one's also very good. Chris Rourke, I think, Rourke. Great step-by-step, sharing his difficulties, sharing as much of the process as possible. So those are 5 unique channels that Derek didn't mention that I think people should not sleep on, that I draw a lot of inspiration from. So. How do I add voice to OpenClaw? So that's something you have to talk with your OpenClaw agent. Now, are you asking how do you send it voice notes or how do you give it a voice? Right? Because those are also 2 questions that you can literally say, hey, I want you to start responding to me in voice. What do you have to enable? This is how I would approach it. What plugins or skills do you have to create or enable that come built into OpenClaw to give you the functionality to create audio transcriptions of your text and send me voice notes? And vice versa. How can I implement a feature where on Telegram, I create a voice note, right? That you listen to, you transcribe, and you respond, right? That would be the approach. And then honestly, for me, listen, if I'm on the go, my Telegram, I do voice notes. I literally do voice notes, not voice to text. I press voice, I talk to it, it sends the voice note, it transcribes it with Whisper Lite, I believe. But you just talk to it and say, hey, I'd like to incorporate this functionality. How do we pull this off? And it will walk you step by step. And if it ever tells you, I can't do that right now, you say, well, how can we pull it off? What do we have to enable for it to work, right? So I hope that answers your question. That's literally how I set mine up, right? We can do a quick test right now if you want to see. Let's see. Oh, I realized I forgot to send that fix to Clearmud OS. Okay. And Squirrel, we should have a script ready. We have this weird bug. Right on. Hey, yeah, I hope all that helps, right? A lot of it is just talking to it and explaining the functionality that you would like. And it will either tell you if it's possible based off of the given plugins and things enabled. And then don't just take no for an answer. Say, okay, great. What can we enable to pull this off, right? I'm going to show you really quickly, like, hey, Muddy, I'm just testing our voice to text transcription. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to manually push a YouTube script on the Clearmud OS. I want you to go through turn 1, turn 2. I want the video to be titled Building with Sonnet 4.6. So as you can see here on the screen, at the very, very bottom, it's doing a transcribed voice. It sent a 26-second voice note to Muddy. Muddy's gonna take the time to download that, analyze that, and then we'll wait for its response here in a moment. And I just wanted to give it a task. Here's another thing I could do. Hey, Muddy, I want you to add a meeting on our calendar for next week, Monday, 5 p.m. local time. Just call it test. It should be on that shared calendar that I gave you access on your workspace for Clearmud. Right? So here's another one. And as you're going to see here in a moment, it literally does everything for me. But like, I'll be honest, I had to go through a few trial and error of getting that to work. It wasn't just a one prompt, one shot. I talked to it exactly how I just explained it to you, how you should approach it. Because pasting in a prompt that does everything for you doesn't teach you anything as well. But you asking it the right question and getting told no and then going back and forth teaches you how it works, how it thinks, and how to communicate with it, right? So that's always my recommendation, right? That's why I don't like giving out comprehensive prompts, because it doesn't teach you anything. And chances are it's not gonna work the way you think it's gonna work, right? But it will work the way you think it's gonna work once you understand how to communicate and its limitations, right? So let's go check MuddyOS really quickly. So we should see once these, because I did initially prompt it here, once this goes through, it should start responding to my voice notes. So let's continue on the build and then we'll check back on that in a second. And hey, yeah, of course, love it. Yeah, look, it extracted things very well. But now it's like in light mode, it has like, man, I need to screenshot this because now it looks horrible. Look at these pill tags. They're like almost illegible in light mode. Dark mode, they look good. Okay. All right, and another thing I'm noticing, right? It looks like everything's working. I'm gonna share 2 screenshots with you right now. One light mode, one dark mode. Dark mode looks solid. However, the light mode, the tag options, they originally looked good, but something you've done along the way has caused them to almost blend in and become illegible. So, you know, A, I want you to fix it, but B, I want you to tell me what went wrong, what changed, and what you did to fix it, so I have a better understanding of you know, what happened throughout the process of vibe coding with you. All right, and then let's paste in those 2 screenshots. Okay. Man, I'm so hungry. I almost don't want to cook tonight, and I love cooking. It's just one of those days. I might have to order some pizza. There's this delicious Italian wood-fired oven spot that is calling my name now. Ooh, let's go, let's check here. This is how like my brain's just like slow right now. My goodness, it took me a while to even pull up the Uber app. Getting delirious over here. Stop. Where's that? Oh, that's funny. No! What are you saying? It's unavailable. Bruh. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. I'm sad. I'm sad. I was really looking forward to that or not coffee. Damn. That pizza, they must be out of those ingredients for that one. Let me think about that some more. Here's what changed and why. Pill tag component was built using CSS variable-based classes, okay? That designed to work across both themes. In dark mode, these variables produce good contrast. But in light mode, barely visible on white, the pills essentially disappeared into the background, the fix. So it tells us the fix. This is why I love asking it, like, what went wrong? Give me the step-by-step. Because then I become a better person at analyzing what's going on, right? And I have a better understanding of how things work with each experience, with each prompt, with each mistake, with each error, with each bug, right? I recommend everyone do the same if you have the patience for it. I know sometimes you don't. I don't. And I just want it to execute as quickly as possible. Okay, I mean, solid. Good to understand all this. I don't think it applied the fix. Okay, great. Go ahead and apply the fix. No, you didn't. Light mode looks identical. Do we have to do a hot reload on the web server? Maybe it's loading an old cached view. More coffee needed. I just had some Lebanese. Ooh, nice, nice. Ooh, some pita bread with some hummus sounds delicious right about now. Ah, you know, I do have hummus in the fridge. I think I'm gonna have to do a snack upstairs. Hey, I love the input right there. Like I'm a big learner. Listen, everyone's different. Everyone's unique. Some people thrive off of reading documentation front to back, right? Understanding what they're reading. Some people thrive off of visual examples. Some people thrive off of trial and error, doing it yourself. I'm more of the visual / demo, do it yourself type. Hence the type of content I create and videos I put out is I'm very hands-on because that's how I learn. Thanks for sharing. I couldn't agree with you more. Like AI has accelerated my understanding of, listen, I've been building websites for quite some time. Back in the Dreamweaver days, did I understand all the code? No. WordPress days, you know, because that was easy to hand off to clients, but it was incredibly sluggish and bulky. But did I understand source code? To an extent, but no, not fluently, right? But AI now has accelerated my learnings on how modern web apps and websites are built. It's amazing. Yeah, listen, I like reading books too, but books for me are very unique. I like reading business strategy books. Those are my favorite types of books to read. I can't read fantasy books, story books. It's just not not the type of book reader I am. The book has to serve a purpose for me. It has to bring value to me through examples and strategy. That's my learnings. But all through school, I didn't really do good in traditional school because I didn't do good reading books and learning and memorizing things. And like, I'm a hands-on learner. I learn by doing. I learn by execution and failing, most importantly. Right there. What a combination. Sounds like you're having a wonderful Friday. Yeah, me too. Self-development as well. I found that I've been loving the self-development podcast more than anything. I did read the, and then audiobooks as well are great to listen to. I love road trips, long drives. Don't get me wrong, I love music too, but I'll transition. Once I'm tired of music, I'll listen to an audiobook. But I'm right there with you. Right there with you. Yeah. Yeah. Right there with you. Very relatable. All right, let's go see what happened here. It's missing the beat here. It is missing the beat. This is the second time. Let's go check other outputs. Yeah. Yes, I did a hard refresh. I'm going to give you an example here. Please be methodical. Look into what could be causing this because these pill tags in light mode have not changed over the past two pushes. We used to be able to say ultra think and it would spend more time thinking, but they took that feature out of Claude Code. So I just tell it to be methodical. And it's kind of like an alternative. It's not the exact same, but I found that saying, please be methodical, it definitely puts more careful thought into its approach. But that's just my findings for how I vibe code. Okay. Oh yeah, I've actually been running into this recently with Tailwind version 4. I'm shocked. It's been a while since I've built something like this, so I'm glad Claude has discovered it for me. This is great. See if that changed it real time. No, it does not. Let's make sure dark mode still looks good. Although it got rid of that border, which, you know, it's something we fine tune down the road. I'm just very happy with the simplicity of this. Oh, this is great. All right, one little note as well to add once we fix this is on the home page, when you click Browse All, I think by default, Browse All or the Browse tab should always first filter Clearmud only videos. Okay? Always. And then here's what I'm also thinking. P, host it locally. Why isn't this showing me the date? February 5th. And then additionally, I want to extract prompts from all of our YouTube videos and live streams dating back to February 5th. Please add this to your list. All right, get back to comments real quick. Yes, yes. Oh, right on. Right on. Well, I love to see it. I love to see it. Hey, I hope you're finding some value here. I hope you're enjoying. I appreciate each and every one of you. I can't stress that enough. It's amazing how, listen, I just show up every day. I show up every day. I show up every week. I stay consistent. That's one thing I really pride myself on is my consistency. And Derek has seen it. He was literally, we would have average 1 to 5 viewers per live stream for a very long time. And he was one of the few who's been here, and he's watched it grow. And I'm thrilled that more people are finding value in these live streams. And I hope that I'm improving with each live stream. I hope that my intention of improving with each live stream and each video is reflected in the output. Yeah. Did the link not work? Scroll up and chat a little bit. You should be able to see the link. If you don't mind, let me know if you can't find the link. What's up, Peter? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome. Listen, we're on the tail end of a 3-hour live stream. Is it almost 4 hours? Yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours. I just got so thrilled about what we built, or it was an old idea I rebuilt into a version 2. And we've just been Q&A. We've just been vibing, talking about YouTube channels to follow, showing the process, showing the sauce, as Greg Eisenberg says. I am going to wrap things up probably within the next 30 minutes, but I want to get to a point where I'm happy with Promtbrowser to just give it to the green light to watch. So we're not ending anytime soon. I need to stop squirreling because I am getting a little delirious. I think I'm just going to order some pizza, even though they don't have the margarita DOP, the ingredients from Italy. I hate it. I only like eating these wood-fired oven pizzas with the ingredients from Italy. Damn, that's a bummer. Unless they removed it from the menu, because now I'm looking at a Margarita Classica key. It has the tomatoes, but the mozzarella is not. Okay, I see. Listen, I'm gonna have to go with that. And I personally, I hate takeout pizza. Every time I order takeout pizza, I have to crisp it up here because by the time it gets to me, it's just not, I don't mind that, but I'm definitely gonna have to go break out that hummus, mince some garlic with some chili peppers and some sea salt, some cracked pepper, and some fresh olive oil from the farm. Mix that all up together, chop up some carrots while I wait for this pizza. That's the move. That is the move. Oh my God. Whew. Nice, look at that. 18 videos. Let's go. Okay, let's go check the pill tags in light mode. Oh, Ooh, it is populating. Look at this. Wow. Okay, dude, it's missing the beat here on something so simple. My guy. I'm gonna wait for this to finish processing. All right, so this is now the third time I'm asking you. So I want you to really be methodical about this. Look into every possible reason why this isn't working properly. But the filter pill tags that are displayed on each prompt module card are still not optimized for light mode. They're almost, illegible, right? Dark mode, they're perfect, but light mode, as you're gonna see with this screenshot I'm gonna provide, nothing has changed since the last 2 or 3 fixes you've tried to address here. So just be methodical, take your time. I don't wanna have to ask this again, and if I do, I wanna learn something. Okay. Bam. It's just patience and persistence right here. That's all it is. ADHD here. Listen, me too. I don't think I was ever diagnosed with it, right? But I definitely I know me. Watching your stream on the background helps me stay motivated. Hey, let's go. I'm happy to hear this. Thank you. Thank you for the words of encouragement, the feedback. Happy you're here. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. I need to be more mindful of that, right? The TV, I think it's like 20 to 30% of our viewers are on TV, and I keep forgetting that. So it's something as the channel founder here, I have to be more aware of. So I'm going to start shouting out TV viewers as well, and anytime I ask you to do something, I'm going to make sure TV viewers excluded. I know you can't do this. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. You're helping me improve with this. Medical domain use case. Right on. What field specifically? Is it like research? Or are you, specifically for hospitals or pediatricians' offices, veterinarian offices, solutions? I'm curious. Very, very curious. Never diagnosed, but there are signs. Yeah. Story of our lives, right? Yeah. Let's, if I just go to analytics on this video, and we should be able to go to engagement. I forget where you view this. Is it audience maybe? Yeah, right here, look. Device type, mobile phone, 33%. And this is an older video. TV, 31%. It's almost an even split, 1/3 across the board and then 5% on tablet, right? So I need to start thinking about this more as well with TV. And one thing I'm bummed about with these boot camps is I haven't seen anyone comment on it yet, but there is a negative with doing these boot camps live. And it's because my video capture card in OBS is only set up to export 1080p. So most of my videos, I make sure to export 4K. I record 4K, I export 4K. I've never had a complaint on the video quality of a long form, especially recently. Early on, the quality was meh. I improved with time. But the live streams, sadly, because of the video capture card that I have and the process on OBS that I have, is only 1080p, and I'm very sad about that because it's not going to be optimized for TVs, right? TVs are going to notice it's going to suffer quality. So I think, this first bootcamp is a test, right? I'm already loving it, but I'm also learning how to structure them better, right? For future boot camps. It's not going to be the only one. I plan on doing more. Full transparency, I plan on having sponsors down the road for the entire boot camp series, where we give them a little intro snippet. They have a badge on screen. We've already had some interest, right? But I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on providing as much value as possible and making sure that doesn't change. But for future boot camps, I do want to make sure I upgrade my video capture card, probably upgrade this camera too, because this is a photography focused camera. The quality's good, but it's not video focused, right? It's not a video focused sensor, so it can be better. So it's my vow that future boot camps will be in 4K. this bootcamp sadly is 1080p. So SAS for clinics, right on with patients plus docs. Okay. Hey, I appreciate you. And I hope I'm, is it Sean? Divian Sean? I'm reading Sean in the name and Divian. What do you want me to call you? That way I know what to call you moving forward. I could just call you Div, you know? I like the vibe of that, but I want to make sure I get your name right. Did it? Okay, good to know. Good to know. And like I said, I haven't had anybody mention it yet. I also haven't checked on comments today yet. I had to disable them from my phone because it was too distracting from day to day. So I time block when I look at comments and respond to comments now. But as of yesterday, I don't think I saw anything, you know, related to quality on Bootcamp. So that's good to know. That's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, so this has actually been a growing trend. Like more people are watching YouTube, especially long form YouTube videos on TVs. It's like almost an even split between that and computers. I've been seeing this going, you know, around the industry because I consume a lot of content on just YouTube in general because, you know, this is not my first YouTube channel. It's my first YouTube channel around AI because this is you know, this is a passion project. I'm combining my life's experience and my you know, decade plus of career in the IT industry into this. So this is right up my alley, right? I love what I'm doing. But in the past, I started like an interview channel, a gaming channel where I would stream video games. Back in the crypto kind of NFT phase, I was, you know, I did something where I paid for people's trips to these NFT conferences hosted by Gary Vaynerchuk because I was in a position to kind of give back to the community. I did this dog channel, a faceless YouTube channel. I did a DFS sports channel. Like I've gone through the process of like creating a channel and realizing, I'm not feeling this, right? So then it's not that I would give up. I learned from every single channel. I even did an unboxing channel for Amazon affiliate store. After one video, I knew it wasn't for me. Clearmud though, listen, I showed up every day. Even the first 4 or 5 months when my videos were trash and barely anybody engaging and showing up, I knew it, I enjoyed it. I knew this is what I wanted to do. I knew this is where I wanted to focus all my time and energy on. So that's why we're here, you know? And then I do still have a little side project, a little photography thing where I post a photo a day. DJ, all right, DJ, I like that. Reminds me of an old friend. So right on, DJ. Thanks for being here. And thanks for sharing, you know? Yeah. So I've already had that issue earlier on in you know, me streaming and making videos. This monitor I use to screen share is a 27-inch, and by default, it was 4K originally. And I don't notice it when I'm editing, or at first I didn't, but then people are saying, wow, I can't read anything on the screen. Like it started to become to the point where it's a problem. So now I have this on a 27-inch 4K monitor. It's downsized to a 1920 by 1080p resolution so that things are more visible. I might even need to go to 1280 by 7-something-6. I forget the measurement for that resolution to make things even bigger, right? But I think this has been a solid resolution. I haven't seen any more complaints about not being able to read what's on screen. But let me know if you ever have an issue with legibility on our videos. And listen, like I'm here to improve based off of your feedback. I can't improve without your feedback. So I really take it to heart and try to improve moving forward with constructive criticism, you know? No Chrome extension connected. Oh, it wants to check and troubleshoot. Listen, I could have sworn I connected an extension. Huh. Maybe with the latest Claude Code update, it killed that. All right, I'm squirreling too much. I need to get back to the... Oh, hey, by the way, yeah, I totally squirreled. Who was it? I think it was DJ, right? That, let me go to chat, refresh. Look at that. Remember my voice note I sent? All done. Building the full YouTube script for this. You can review the full output. Where's our calendar option? Hold on, let me go check that off screen. I mean, I don't really have much on my calendar. I tried not to operate with a calendar. I hate calendars. I used to live by them, right? I used to have time blocked, color coded, live it to the T. But yeah, no. Okay, so it did actually make a mistake. Look at this. It did put the test there, but it put it 5 p.m. PST, not 5 p.m. Lisbon, which I'm currently still in Lisbon time. So it did make a mistake, right? And listen, I'm showing you that it makes mistakes. Maybe I wasn't specific enough, but look, it did add, I have a shared calendar for Clearmud here that I gave Muddy, my main agent, his own Google workspace with his own email, his own phone number. That way he's very independent, but also I didn't want to give him access to all of my logins, right? This was a keeping in mind that, listen, like I get the benefits of like having it control all of your information, but I just don't trust the tech yet like that. It can have a mind of its own. So I'd rather have it, if it's going to have a mind of its own, have it have a mind of its own on its own email with its own credentials and permissions, right? That's my approach as of now. Yeah, I mean, it does the job. So I use Opus 4.6 for my primary agent. And all of my chief of staff operate off of 4.6 as well. But then I have a wave of different models, like for all of my community related bots, they're Gemini Flash right now, or Claude Haiku. For a lot of the sub agents, they either run off of Codex 5.3 or Opus 4.6, depending on if it's front end or back end. All of my back end are primary Codex 5.3 with a fail-safe of Opus 4.6 if Codex 5.3 ever goes down. I think I need to update these as well if 5.4 is live. And then I have some, sub agents that use a mixture of models. So yeah, but primary Opus 4.6, I've just been the happiest with. All right, let's see if it fixed it. Nope, it didn't fix it. Is it still working? Yeah, it's still working. Dang it. Yeah, what you see is, well over 100 hours of work. I did make, I'm not sure if you caught that video a few weeks back, but it went bonkers. I mean, it contributed towards the immediate growth of this channel. I do plan on doing a deep dive into Muddy OS, how I built it, my thought process that went into each module, each automation, everything from front end to back end wiring. But it keeps changing so much on a daily and weekly basis that I'm not ready to record the deep dive yet. But when the deep dive goes live, I'm going to aim for the first week of April. What I'm going to do is show off the entire system one more time, all the improvements, and then have Muddy create comprehensive prompts so that you can try to build your own. Now, it's not going to yield you the same thing, right? Because mine is custom built for me. It started simple, right? Like I've gone through countless iterations of OC setups. Oh, that's a web proxy socket. So it was always my goal to get away from using the gateway chat. I still have Telegram, WhatsApp, Discord, right? Sessions as well. But I wanted a feature in my Muddy OS with my own chat feature. So I just prompted back and forth, trying to figure out how to get it to work. And it's a shared session with the gateway, right? Because we don't open up any ports to the outside world. So, but the trick is it's a shared session web proxy setup, or web proxy setup, I believe is the specific term. And this is a direct feed of what you see in the gateway. And another inspiration for me doing this was I noticed you can't drag, maybe with the newer version of OC you can, but in the dashboard, you can't drag a screenshot in, right? Well, my chat allows me to drag screenshots in, attach files as reference, right? So that's a feature I wanted to build out. And then additionally, if I'm operating throughout my brain, my laboratory, anywhere in ops, I have this floating chat blurb here that is a part of the same chat. So I don't need to go to chat. I can navigate and chat this way, right? Like I reference this PM board a lot, and I generally make this really skinny. And then I go through the review column real time right here. Looks like this is broken. Got to fix that, right? I'll go through things that it prepares for me. and then I respond to it in line. So this is little things I built for me. I will explain, I'm gonna have Muddy essentially reverse engineer how we built this into that deep dive. But that's coming at a later time because this system it evolves quite a bit, right? On a weekly basis. It's insane how much work I put into this, how much it's changed since that first video, you know? But I think to answer your question, right? It's start building out a small team that you need, right? When I first realized the possibilities, I tried doing too much. Nothing worked. Everything broke. Automations didn't work. It would hallucinate left and right. And then I thought, you know, after multiple iterations, I was like, let me simplify my process. Let me just start with my COO. And my goal is to have him always delegate unless I say do it now. Let me start with one agent underneath him. Okay, great. This is working. Let me create another column with another agent and another set of sub-agents that always communicate through this line, right? And then eventually, right, I incorporated workspaces for each individual chief of staff. They have their own soul, their own identity, their own their entire workspace with their own heartbeat to help with the automation, to help with the persistent memory, right? So a lot of this was just like slowly building. I didn't build all this out of the gate. There's no magical prompt that built all of this. This is just day by day, 10 hours a day, thinking about the system that I need to free up my time so I can focus on making awesome videos. And that's the focus around here. Like, make each video better than the last, bring as much value as I can in these live streams. You know, so my ROI is time. Yeah, my ROI is time. Sure, I do plan on deploying OC setups that make me money in my sleep. Everyone wants that. But listen, I'm not gonna rush to make a video about that because I don't like clickbait tactics. I'm against it. Sometimes I'll try like using certain verbiage to put an emphasis on something, but I will never ever try to make a video just to bait you into watching it. I make things that I'm genuinely excited about or genuinely think people find value in, right? That's first and foremost, okay? So going from the perspective of like, how much money does it make me? It doesn't make me any money, and I'm very transparent about that. I've never packaged any of my videos to say, this setup will make you this much money. Never have packaged a damn thing about it, but I get countless comments about that, right? So it's, you know, eventually I will share a new setup that is gonna make me money in my sleep. But right now, listen, I'm learning. I'm still in the very early stages of learning OC. You know, I've built multiple instances, and I'm working on a second one on the Bootcamp. I'm working on a third one for legal and finance, which I can't live stream that one because that is very sensitive data. But I'm gonna learn a lot about this process. And then I do have plans to make one for client work, to make one to make money in my sleep, right? But these are not things I'm rushing into. I'd rather learn the core functionality of how OC works first and foremost, right? So yeah, for mine, listen, it was all about freeing up time. That's it. I wanted to structure my system in a way to where Muddy's my executive assistant. If his chat is queued, he failed, right? So Elon is my engineering department, right? He handles all front end and back end related requests and security audits, right? Gary is all marketing. I wanted to start optimizing my YouTube script generation, how things are posted, how things are staged, these live streams. Every 48 hours after a live stream, I now have a skill in place and a workflow in place that goes into my Clearmud OS, runs this live stream command, generates the copy, all the timestamps, and posts it and updates our particular live stream via API all autonomously now. I used to have to do that. So I built out this system to free up my time. So all these tedious tasks that I had, I slowly started to find ways to automate them. And that's what you see now. Damn, we've been going a long time if that battery just died again. So that's what you see here is like, this is like step by step building out this system for me, right? And I only have one ROI metric. How much time can I free up, right? That's always my number one goal. Yeah, hope that helps. Now we gotta fix this. I wanna get this to a point where I'm happy with it. I mean, that's a little better. Let me go change this battery. Yeah, so I have everything wired and documented in a way where, in certain rules in place where, you know, when and here's something to be very, very clear. The system's not perfect. It works 98% of the time, but there's a 2% of the time where either my actions will cause something not to work properly, or its own actions overnight will cause something not to work properly. So it's, you know, I'm learning with each week that progresses, right? How to better organize things, wire things. I have this rolling documentation section that every single part of this build is in here. I have an operations protocol here that explains clearly how our meetings work, how PM board automation works, right? So I made sure to have this as well to make sure the system never gets confused. This took a long time to build out. This, like I said, there is not one prompt that can get you this. This is slowly building out your system for you, for your use cases, trying to create an automation, figuring out, oh, wow, that output is trash. Like, I don't like this. How can I improve this, right? Iteration after iteration after iteration, like, yeah. And going back to it, I love how nobody on this live stream has asked me for the code. Thank you. I will not give out the code. That defeats the whole purpose of me creating this content and doing all this. Is it doesn't teach you anything, and nobody can reuse this. This is for me. This is a use case for me, for my life, for my operations. What you need is completely different than what I need. All right. I see a slight improvement. Interesting. This is getting very annoying. I think it's my hunger that's getting more annoying than anything. Yeah, at this point, I'm speechless. Still no changes. What else have we not thought about that we could apply here? Hey, I'm glad. And that's the best I can do, is try to be helpful. Like, when I made that first Muddy OS video, I made that out of pure excitement for what I built. I did not expect it to have the amount of attention and comments around it that it did. Never in a million years would have thought that was the video that did it, but it did, right? And you know, it was built to inspire you to build your own. Right? I never claimed that I'm going to show you prompts on how to build this. Like, it was meant to show you the possibilities and have your brain start to think of like, oh, what can I build for me? Right? But like, I'm a big advocate. Don't build what you don't need. Build what you need. Start simple and then expand from there. Right? Yes, I use Cloud Code. I use Gemini. I use I use Codex. Right? Those are my three main ones that I use. I don't use any local models. It's not that I have anything against local models. I just don't have the resources to run a local model confidently and reliably. Once I get to the point, yes, I'll experiment with local models for sure. But these three work wonders for me. Also, Gemini 3.1 Pro recently. Oh, that's how delirious I'm getting. I just like did my toggle as if I'm voice to texting this. In chat. I was like looking for a place to implement the words into chat. Yes, I do use Perplexity, actually. I do. I use it for random research, for sure. And then I have it on one of my tools as an LLM for how it analyzes things. Yeah, I do have an API key that I fund monthly, about $25 for Perplexity. And then I got some free 1-year pro subscription through some promotion. So I think that expires in, I think, November. So I still have about half a year left on it. Yeah, it's a game. It's really good. It is really good. I don't use it enough, if I'm being honest with you, but it's a wonderful browser. Okay. I gotta order pizza. I'm getting delirious here. Let me order some food real quick. Appreciate everyone for vibing with me. I also do not want to give up on this. We are so close to just me being happy with it and having Codex come in and analyze the code base to make sure there's no vulnerabilities, API keys not exposed. I don't think it will be, but it's just a good practice to have Codex analyze code base once it's ready to go to production. Man, I can probably down 2 pizzas. What is going on? Is that my fingers? Why is my phone not allowing me to swipe right now? It's the weirdest thing. That's weird. Okay, let's try this one more time. Uber. Okay, now we're good. I just had to close all my apps, and now I can actually use the app. Yeah. Nice. That's good to know. Yeah, it's on my list to test that for sure. I think I actually had somebody from Quen reach out to us as well. They're in the backlogged responses. Like, I'm not rushing to do partnerships and sponsorships. I'm being very thoughtful about anything that we even consider promoting. It has to be something that I genuinely think that you guys would find value in. I'm not going to just take money for the sake of taking money. I plan on leaving a lot of money on the table to make sure that whoever we do allow to sponsor videos or create videos around products, that first and foremost, is this something I would genuinely use and tell you that you should use, right? That's always going to be above all. And then secondary comes, the requirement of cost. Ooh, man. Oh, yo. All right, this is the problem with shopping for food or takeout when you're starving. You want to just order everything. Huh. Man, my mouth is salivating right now. Whew. This is madness. Wait, don't they have like I'm kind of feeling like a classic margarita and then like a tomato pie. They used to have, lemon tiramisu. That's unique. Why not? But what's up with there's gotta be like a tomato pie, something simple. guess they don't have that here, huh? Okay, it's still compiling down here. Interesting. I guess one solution I can do before I order that food. Let's copy, let's hit. Let's do new tab. What's the hotkey for new private tab? Nope. Exit. Yeah, there it is. Interesting how that's taken so long to load. So it was a cached issue, huh? Let's just try localhost 3000. Now it's just not even loading, huh? Yeah, now it's just not loading altogether. I tried a brand new private browser, nothing. All right, I gotta order this food. Really want to find that tomato pie though. Come on, come on. Oh no. What is that? I don't know what this is. What is this? Wow, it's tuna? Come on. Yeah, I still don't read Portuguese fluently. Almost. There's some things I have to put through the translator app on occasion. All right, fine. I'll just get one pizza. I really wanted to get two, but make sure that the second one was like a tomato pie of some sort. But I'm shocked they don't have that here. Let me look one more time. Oh, they do. They just call it marinara, though. Should just get two classic margaritas at this point. Forget the marinara. And then make sure I hit legs tomorrow. I should actually hit legs tonight and then hit chest tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? I'll give the marinara a try. Let's do that. All right. Any discounts tonight? I mean, it's still running, so let's wait. Okay, a slight little discount. Use a different card. Yeah, one thing I want to improve with these live streams is the music. You know, I've only found one truly royalty-free music site. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this, you know, background music, that it's chill enough. All right, how long, chat? How long did that just take me to order pizza? From the moment I first thought about it. That's how delirious I am, but that's how excited I am, and, you know, not wanting to stop this live stream. I want to finish this darn prompt browser. I do not want to get to a point where I have to finish this part of it tomorrow. And then again, I didn't hit place order. What was I checking? Yeah, we're good. Voila. Whew, too long. I know, right? Now you see why I say without squirrel to do at the beginning of each video, so that I remind myself not to squirrel. That's interesting. My confirmation number. Oh, they probably chose my last 4 digits. That's why, of my cell. All right, about 20-25 minutes is the earliest time frame. Are you talking about what I'm doing here or ordering the pizza? I don't have the agent do the personal stuff yet. I do plan on deploying an OC for that at some point. And yes, you're right. I could have automated that. Listen, I enjoy that part. I enjoy food. I enjoy cooking. But are you talking more about what's happening in the CLI? Because if you are, I'm specifically working out of Claude Code CLI in the Ghosty terminal today. We're not working out of my OpenClaw AI agent. And there's a number of reasons for that. Tomorrow is going to be a big infra Saturday. And next Wednesday is Bootcamp day. I want to make sure that I'm using my agent thoughtfully on weeks like this. I want to make sure there's enough usage to go around. And I want to make sure, you know, I don't run into any issues. Ordering the pizza, scanning for API key. You're right, I could. But no, the personal side of life, listen, I don't want to automate with AI quite yet. I very much enjoy being a human being and doing things myself. Yeah. And then to answer your question about make an OpenClaw agent using Codex Ascent, yes. So my team actually already does that. And if I was building this within my OC agent, right? Once it's ready for deployment, I have a backend security department that scans that. It runs 2 different checks, right? Backend Codebase, security engineer, and then I have a quick audit before things go live. That does handle this, right? But today was just all about vibe coding in the terminal first and foremost. Then once I get it to a point where I'm happy with it, then I'm gonna share that project data with my OC agent if it's something I want it to manage, and then it's gonna, you know, deploy it for me. But, you know, I like going back to the roots, you know? I don't wanna use the agent for everything. I wanted to strictly work out of the CLI today. No, so Muddy OS is for like everything Clearmud. And, you know, eventually once I don't always have it build things for me, right? And I think that's a common misconception. It's like once you start using your agent, you won't use anything else. And for the most part, I don't use anything else. But for an idea like this, that I was rebuilding an old code base, I wanted a little bit more control in the CLI rather than having the agent just do everything for me. I very much like this part of vibe coding, of kind of going back and forth and figuring things out and going through the planning stage. It had been a while since I had done this. That's why I wanted to focus today out of working out of the CLI primarily for Promtbrowser. So that was definitely my goal. That was my goal. Okay, I mean, you better be, dude. I'm getting way too hungry for this. Okay. I mean, at this point, we're going to take a different approach here. I think my frustration is coming from my hunger more than anything, but okay. All right. Listen, I've asked you one too many times, so here's what we're going to do. I want you to reference this screenshot. You can see how in light mode, the tags in line on the prompt copy paste modules, they're still not optimized for light mode. So I think here's what we should do for light mode. Make the outline of the pill tag the color. The text itself should be black with a white background, no gray background, right? That way there's a clear kind of color-coded filter tag option, but it will be unmistakably legible if we keep the text black, but then outline that tag in light mode, the color of that tag. Make sense? Get it done. You see how the way I talk to it has changed just a little bit? It's like, dude, how many times are we going to go back and forth here? This is a little ridiculous. What's the best structure for a long-term project? What would be the structure of MD files and workflow if something needs to be changed down the road? So I will give you a sneak peek into some things that I've learned and how I have it structured. Give me a second. Wait a second. What just... Yeah, there's clearly something... No, there's clearly a clear disconnect here. Huh. All right, going back to your question as far as like MD files, I think, right, going back to what I started off with, it's like start simple, start with your main agent and then start creating, one other agent with a workspace, right? And then underlying subagents, and I think another thing to consider is there's a common misunderstanding as to what subagents are. Subagents are nothing more than sessions. It's a default feature within OC that it'll spin up subagents, which are technically just sessions, separate sessions from your main chat that gives it a role and a task, right? Whereas separate agents with their own workspaces, that's when they start having a little bit more of a mind of its own. That's when they have their own markdown files associated with their soul, their identity, their agents, their tools, the memory, right? One thing that I've found is that goes a long way is having a skill in place. That way, anything that's done from a foundational level, anything that changes gets written to a shared meetings or a shared memory markdown workspace. That's one little thing you can do. I'll show you the skill that I have in place for that. It hasn't been perfect, I'll be honest with you, but it's been pretty solid. Where is it? I want to say it's more recently built. And I believe I labeled it delegate. Yeah, delegation router. So this is a skill I have in place when Muddy needs to delegate things out. It just has some prerequisites. It has access to, a specific markdown file for the full org chart. It has a knowledge of all active projects in a specified directory. You might have things configured a little bit differently, right? I know how I have my system set up and where files are placed. So a lot of it's understanding how things are stored. And then I just have a lot of context that goes into my delegation here that I will provide this on the deep dive. But I think like going back to it, it's like start simple first and foremost. It's always about starting simple and then expanding feature after feature. And I think you would be able to, going through the growing pains of it, you'll start to learn how your agent communicates, and you'll learn, oh, this is the moment where we need to create a shared workspace, right? Or a shared, if you look in my automations, my workspaces, I have shared meeting memory for my C-suite team. So every meeting is noted and summarized, every weekly sync, everything, so that when they get to their daily and weekly stand-ups, they're never repetitive. They know what was done the week before. They also have a reference of Muddy's actions from the PM board, right? So this was just a lot of just like back and forth, setting a rule, trying to get the automation to work. It's not working. Okay, let me figure it out. I hope that answers your question, because there's not really like, I can't answer your question with confidence, right? Because it really depends on what you're looking to build, how many agents you have, what your long-term vision looks like for your project, what kind of inter-agent communication you'd like. There's a lot of factors, kind of dependent on my answer there. So I hope that helps though. Okay. I'm about to say, I'm way too hungry for this. I'm way too hungry for this. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I have OC using Gemini Flash for sure. And 3.1 Pro as well for visuals. But I've been going back to building, experimenting in the terminal. And then if it's something I want my system to handle, or I want to be incorporated into one of my systems or apps, then I'll feed it into, the way I operate is primarily this. I have a shared directory called ClaudeBot Share. And this is where I feed it projects and folders that I want it to incorporate into its workspace. And this is also where I have it place certain files that I want access to on my host PC. Yeah, alpha, facts right here. Another little tip for people on smaller accounts, skills and personality, when you take the time to create those and give it the context and craft a skill, it goes a long, long, long way. Yeah, 100%. All right, fresh bundles. All right, chat, is this finally going to, you son of a saint. Okay. No, it's still the same. So let's try to spin this up on a new port. Do port 7007, please. Maybe that'll do the trick. And is this something that we need to address on Convex's backend? I don't think that Convex would control this. Did you look at all possible routes here? Are you sure that you applied these changes? Are you sure this is static cache data? Yeah, okay, no, Convex has nothing to do with this. This interpretation of this actually might be my bad. One thing I haven't been paying attention to. Yeah, it's possible. I'm also now realizing it might be referencing the nav bar pill tags. Although I've been specific about the modules of the prompt outputs, right? Those, such a small thing, but I have a feeling it's the way I'm approaching it is all wrong. I'm starting to feel like I'm responsible here. Oh, so he did 70-70, huh? Oh, this is funny. This is great. This is funny. Interesting how no videos found. Oh, because it was still toggled here. All right, I'll readdress that in a second, but I'm noticing an issue in the browse subdirectory. By default, it shows Clearmud, but the filter tags below in line in the main container shows all creators, all the creators, but then when I select one of those creators, obviously we're still in Clearmud, so it's not gonna populate. I think that depending on the selection, whether it's all Clearmud or community, it should only show those related filter tags so that it doesn't give us this error that there are no videos found. Does that make sense? So like in all, it makes sense, right, to have everything there. But Clearmud, I'd imagine it should only show, I think we should also move the videos and live toggles down to that section as well, so that when somebody's selecting Clearmud, I think they should only have the option to filter videos versus live rather than see all the creators. But then if you click all, I think having video versus live versus all creators, and then community is the same, I think that would just be all creators rather than anything Clearmud related. Make sense? And then going back to it, man, I'm gonna send a screenshot again. With this new build, I'm at a loss for words here. I've never gone in circles this way with you. Please reference none of the changes applied to those pill tag options in each module. Like nothing has changed. We really need to stop running in circles here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's next step is spinning this up in an IDE and in analyzing that particular code base. That might be the move. I might have to go that direction. I try to avoid doing that, but we might have to do that. That's a great idea. The playlist, it's this channel here. 12 hours of copyright-free music, free background music and it's this specific 2 years ago, 600,000 views. This one I've found has 0 issues with copyright and, you know, having YouTube not show your video to everybody. Other royalty-free claims, they'll have like a similar beat to like a Dr. Dre or something, but YouTube immediately strikes you and says, you know, your video is not going to be showed to everybody because there's copyright conflicts with this artist, right? Even though it's not even their beat. It just sounds like their beat. It's very, very interesting. So this has been the one video that I found just works wonders. Oh, wow. I'll be right back. Pizza's about to be at the door. I'm glad I checked my phone. Give me 1 second. Pizza time! Heating up the oven. So, listen, we're gonna wrap things up soon, but let's get this working, okay? Let's get this working, and I think what I may do so that we can keep the building in public approach with this prompt browser is maybe I'll kind of tweak things over the weekend. I'll get it ready, and then we'll go live with it on Monday's live stream. I think might be the move here. Unless you guys want me to launch it over the weekend, majority vote in the chat wins it. As of now, I have it set for Monday. But if you want to see it over the weekend, I'll try to get to it. Just let me know you're interested in chat. All right. Finally! It's like something so simple. It did such great work in general. And then it came to these pill tags, and it just like, it was, oh, yeah, douche. My goodness gracious. Hallelujah. Oh my goodness. I mean, that was the last prompt. Let's see, what did I say? What did I say? I don't even remember. Oh. First, it was a multi thing, and then going back to it, man. I'm going to send a screenshot again with this. I'm at a loss for words here. I've never gone in circles this way with you before. Please reference. Oh, none of the changes? Oh, please reference image. None of the changes applied to those pill tags in each module. Like nothing has changed. We really need to stop running in circles here. That's what made it work. Listen, and it's now not perfect. I'd like it to look a little different, but you know what? Listen, done is better than perfect. So we're just leaving it. Let's confirm that my other kind of filtering options work as intended. So one thing I ran into, there we go. So it was showing other creators here, but when you clicked on them, it would show video not found. So now it's like videos and live for us, right? Community. Oh, okay. All right, so the filter, submenu, and inline filter tags, it works great for Clearmud, but the videos and live toggle, I think, should only be a Clearmud feature. So when Clearmud, by default, is the one selected, right? That looks great. However, when you go click all, I think that you should remove the video live toggle and just start from that little avatar with all creators and all those options, right? And then community. Community works great as well, as long as, you know, that first filter option of videos versus live, that should only be a Clearmud feature. Additionally, let's rename community to channels. Kind of like that better. I might change that, but yeah, that's it. Hey, good point. Let's go check. I mean, my man, this is something I probably would have discovered after the fact. Yeah, no, dark mode always looked good. Like, dark mode was fine. I'm gonna leave dark mode as is. Good check. That would have been so frustrating. Solid, solid. I mean, your brain's in the right place. My brain is starved. I'm hungry. And I was committed to at least getting to a good stopping point and not just stopping the stream. But I gotta say, I'm really loving where we're at. This I don't like. I want to improve that. Minor tweak. Let's vibe this real quick. Let's just make sure that it applies all those changes first. Done. Video toggle only appears when Clearmud is selected. Okay. Let's go check, shall we? Bam. So Clearmud by default, videos live, select all, wonderful. Wonderful, solid. hope I don't complicate it with what I'm about to request. All right, so one more quality of life update. Everything's looking good. I'm attaching an image. So on Clearmud, we have like these inline kind of pill tags of video versus live stream. I love how the live stream shows a red, container. I think video should be green or blue maybe. And then for other channels, right, we should also apply that same approach where I don't think we need to specify or toggle video versus live, but let's say somebody does extract a live stream. I think that should be reflected on the module itself as well. I want to make sure that that is a logic that's in place that analyzes during the transcript phase of like, is this a long form video or is this a live stream? I think that should be applied across, all outputs. Yeah, and we're going to improve this quite a bit more, but I think it's at a good point. I'm just double, triple checking. I'm like hard refresh, double check, triple check. Love it. So video. Great. It stands out. I think we can optimize that. That's more quality of life for version 2. All right. I have another quality of life update before I'm happy with where we're at. So if you look at our homepage kind of hero text prompt browser, it has what looks like a pulsating cursor at the end of it, but it's not clear that that's a cursor to me. I think that the bottom of that line should start exactly at the bottom of the R. I think it should be placed a little bit further away from the R. And I think it should clearly look like you're typing into it, right? Like, I'm going to give you a screenshot. Let's improve on that a little bit, right? A little quality of life. Additionally, like, so once you're in browse and you try to go back to extract, it takes you back to the front facing landing page, right? And it gets rid of the nav header and the footer. I'm kind of thinking like once a user gets through that first landing page, right? The initial home page, if they click extract, it shouldn't get rid of our nav header and footer at that point, right? Is this too complicated to wire in? What are your thoughts? My initial thoughts is like, right, creating a /extract subdirectory that complements the nav header and footer. Whereas the root domain, the root HTML, public HTML is exactly what it is. I love it as is, right? So hopefully I'm not complicating things. Let me know what your thoughts are with this approach and my requests. All right. So minor changes. And I do this a lot. I really like, I'll just start voice to text. I have these long pauses where I'm really thinking. This is just naturally how I vibe code. Also, one more thing to add in beta, or rather, ooh, look at that. Listen, I guess that's good enough for now. Yeah, one thing I also want to add is like a beta tag, not on the home page, but when you actually use the tool and you have the nav header and the footer, I think we should have a beta tag to the right of Promtbrowser, just signifying that this is a tool in beta. Now let's go test those implementations as well. Okay, we can improve on this. We can improve on this, but I think it's good enough for now. I think it's good enough for now. Man, it did that beta quick, didn't it? I'm loving how this is coming together though, chat. I'm really, really thrilled and happy with this. It's so simple, so cheap to operate. It's still wild to me how efficient this is. All right, so what else? What else do we have to do? I mean, the oven's still heating up, so I can't even put the pizza in for at least another 10 minutes. I want to make sure the pizza stone's nice and hot before I reheat the pizza. So with that, I think we're at a point, I'm happy with it where it's at. All right, I think we're at a great stopping point. What I want to do is push to Git. I should have linked you a Git repository for this. Let me know if you don't have access to it. We want to use the Clearmud account to deploy. And then I want to spin up Gemini in another terminal, and I'm going to have it essentially rebuild the front end to see its interpretation of the tool. But I want to first back up this all of our work we've done to Git. That way I can check out that repo if I don't like Gemini's changes. All right, just when you thought we were done, we're going to do a few more things here. I could have sworn I gave it to it, but I didn't have it. Still wild we've been streaming that long. My goodness. Hey, not that off topic. I've cut off a significant amount of hair. I think in the past year and a half, I cut off a foot not last October, but the previous October. And then here in the end of November, beginning of December, I cut off another 6 inches. So about 1.5 feet of dread. But you also have to understand with dreads, the way they're done is it's kind of like, it's almost like crocheted into these thick strands. So you can have really long hair, but then as soon as you get them locked up, they go this short. So started growing out my hair in 2016. It was a bet with a friend. See who can get longer hair within a certain time period. Rest in peace, Tack. But that might also be why I'm still so attached to them. I'm just not ready to let go of the hair. And then I was traveling through India and Nepal in 2019, I believe. I think it was September, October. I found a tattoo shop. I had a tattoo done that kind of starts the bottom half of this forearm sleeve. Essentially a tattoo shop, dread shop combo. So I got my dreads done all day one day. It took like, I can't remember how many hours, 12, 14 hours. My head was on fire after that day. But my hair was so long, like it went down almost to my belly button at that point after 3 years of growing it out. And when I had the dreads finally complete, they barely touched my shoulder, and they were these thin little things. They looked ugly. It looked horrible. And the amount of pain that I suffered to sit in that chair all day was insane. But as they started to grow and mature and develop, they started to get thicker. And I just kept maintaining them. So I've had dreads since 2019, the end. And, you know, I maintain them a few times a year. So now I think they go down to the most recent cut. I want to say they go down in between my chest and my belly button somewhere, but I do have them kind of tapered to where like the top dreads kind of are the longest. And also originally when I had the hair done, I was doing the side shave. So I had this like taper all the way. So I only got the top portion of my head dreaded. And then like years into it, I was like, I don't like the sides being all loose. So then I grew out the sides, and then I had the sides locked up. And then when they first started, they were like this. And now they're almost just as long as the top ones. So yeah, long time. It's a big commitment. This live stream is turning into a streamathon. Love it, man. Hey, I love it too. And you know, I think at some point too, like right now I'm committed to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the length of the bootcamp because I like the structure. But I'm also kind of thinking like, you know, Saturdays, doing very long live streams where, you know, we just go ham and we start Saturday morning Pacific time zone and just go into the evening and just stream all day building shit, or excuse my language, building stuff. I do have some ideas to like turn in one of our theme of the days of the week for live streaming into building a SaaS product or a micro SaaS product from scratch, deploying it all live, right? So that's you know, a decent process, but like showing people the steps it takes to go from ideation to concept to production ready to deployment, I think would be very valuable. And I think it'd be a fun thing to do. So that's in the pipeline, but right now the focus is consistency, bootcamp, bring value, right? So. Yeah, you know what's funny? I saw that dude when he was like just 1,000, 2,000 subs, and I was like, this is a cool concept. And then once he went viral, once like some big accounts on X started talking about him, he grew to like 30,000 subs. Like it felt like it was overnight. And I guess this is the natural kind of like evolution of YouTube. I can't tell you how many accounts after the fact started doing the same thing. I'm live streaming every day until I hit this number. And it's like, listen, I'm like, good job for trying, but try to be unique. Don't just copy the approach outright. Add your unique twist to it, right? I think that's very important to think about. It's like, but yeah, I think there's something said to copying another format and making it your own. Don't just copy it outright. Draw inspiration from it and then find unique ways to do something no one else is doing, right? Like I don't even tune into his channel anymore or any of those channels anymore because it's like I started to see it be deployed way too much and I'm like, okay, this is getting out of hand here. I feel like people are now just copying the format to try to grow like the, you know, Bridgemind grew. That was the original one that was doing that. So it's like, I don't know. It's I don't want to structure a live like that personally because I just don't want to jump on a train like that. I'd rather add my unique twist to it. That's why I think like building a micro SaaS live every week, you know, something like that. Title it something unique to where I'm not just in the terminal vibe coding. I'm actually starting with ideation, right? We're doing an MVP. we're debugging, we're getting it production ready, we're analyzing across different CLIs, then we're actually deploying it and doing that all live, right? Showing as much of it as you can. Obviously you can't show everything, right? There's certain API tokens that you can't display, right? But I don't see anybody doing that. Literally building something from scratch on a live stream and deploying it at the end of the live stream. That is unique. Nobody's doing that, at least not yet. So I think that that's going to be a killer theme of the day. And I just do that one day a week, right? And then I work on things I want to work on one day of the week. And then when the bootcamp ends, in between boot camps, I'll have to figure out what that third day of the week is going to be, right? Because right now, Wednesdays is bootcamp day. Yeah, no, and exactly. So like, here's another thought is like, maybe do I turn in all my infra Saturdays into a live stream? That might be valuable. But if I do that, man, I'm not going to want to do Q&A. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Infra Saturdays for me, I'm in my zone. I'm in my mind. I do not want to look at chat. I do not want to answer questions. None of that. And I also don't want to have to worry about, am I exposing something that somebody could manipulate and, you know, wreak havoc with, right? That's also another thing about Infra Saturdays. It's just like, it adds another layer of, it takes away from what the focus is, which is Infra Saturday. So I would have to find a unique way to do that. I think the GOAT is obviously a demo, but I think what the GOAT ends up being from the bootcamp, I'm going to build it primarily for client work. I'm going to have an agent with his own workspace pertaining to each brand I work with, right? Or each company I work with. And then he's going to have his own sub-agents. Additionally, I want to create another agent that just manages SaaS products. Once we actually start rolling out more products that are actually useful, right? I want a team of AI agents managing that. And I don't think I want Muddy to be doing it. I think I want to keep Muddy focused solely on Clearmud ops, right? So yeah, I think that's the next move for me. But also, as I mentioned, I'm building out a completely separate OC agent for finance and legal related stuff for Clearmud, right? Our LLC. We're, you know, registering as an S Corp very soon. So it's like, I want a dedicated agent and team for legal and finance related. I don't want that to be a part of Muddy Ops. I want that to be completely separate, but they will have ties. Right on. What part are you in? When I went to Goa. I went to Goa and Hubli were the two places I went. Yeah? Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Cool. Good to know, man. Good to know, DJ. I'll let you know for sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. I think, you know, but having a vibe-based live stream where literally no comments, I'm just showing what I'm doing. That would be the only thing is it's like, there might be a few things that expose certain information that, listen, the public shouldn't have, right? So I'll have to think about it some more. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about a completely separate setup. Okay. So within Muddy OS, as of now, I'm very happy with where things are. But I've already had the thought of adding a fourth agent underlying, essentially a fourth column. But I can't answer that right now. I can't answer that right now. But you're right. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I answered that incorrectly. I misinterpreted the question. Come back to me another week and I'll be able to answer that better. As of now, listen, I'm very happy with the system, how it is. Like, it's saving me time, right? And I have spent so much time tinkering things out of the gate to where now things are structured in a way where it's efficient. I'm happy. Like, I don't want to go changing too much yet by adding a completely separate agent with another workspace, because we're still running into minor bugs that occur with memory issues between the teams. So I'm dialing in those things in. before I even consider adding another agent to the mix. But that is coming soon. That is coming soon for sure. Yeah, so Muddy, for me, that defeats the purpose of Muddy. Muddy always delegates regardless, so he's always available to me unless I tell him to do it now. So I kind of already have that structure of delegation in place. Not a bad thought though. If anything, I would add a community-focused agent that then has its own team of community bots. Is probably the move I would go. If I give it that rule, sure. I currently have a rule where I am final decisions. I do not want it doing its own thing all willy-nilly. That's just me. I'm very much building it in the sense of I'm teaching it how to work. I'm holding its hand along the way. And then once I'm happy with how it's automated things, I hand it off. And I've already done this 4 or 5 times to where these old tedious tasks I used to do, they're done. But I also discovered an issue. This happened during the week. I'm not sure if you were here when I was explaining it, but I woke up to a lot of BCC'd responses because Muddy and team decided that they should respond to all inbound leads stale for more than 48 hours. Literally the day after, I specifically said, we dropped the ball, we mislabeled some incoming leads. They responded to us saying, no, this is not what we're reaching out to you about. We'd actually like to hire you, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, this was a big misstep. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna respond manually to each inbound lead for the next few weeks. That way you can build out a library of incoming leads versus responses. You can start to essentially train with Envoy, which is my sub-agent for partnerships, of how to analyze an email, determine what it is, and what type of response we want to give it based off of how I'm doing things, right? So I'm essentially creating a training model. But the day after I said that, they went off and had a mind of their own. So yeah, I know that's kind of like going in a big circle, but yeah, right now I am holding his hand quite a bit. But we're dialing things in and automating more things as we go. So, all right, code is pushed. And you know what? Listen, as much as I want to tinker with Gemini, listen, it's 10:10. I gotta go eat some pizza. I think it's time. We made some great progress. This will go live Monday. Yeah, me too, Derek. Hey, thank you for tuning in this long. Great stream. I appreciate you for being here. So for everybody tuning in, I hope you have a great weekend. If you're new to the channel, do all the things that you can do for free to support the channel, and I'll continue making these videos for free, these live streams for free, bringing as much value as possible. If you're sleeping under a rock, we have an OpenClaw Bootcamp ongoing. Episode 1 launched on Wednesday. Episode 2 comes next Wednesday. Hope to see you there. You don't have to do anything. All you got to do is show up to the live stream. Ideally, if you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell, you don't miss when we go live. So it's a win-win for the two of us. Yeah, just want to thank everybody for taking the time. This has been a powerhouse of a stream. How long has it been? Almost 5 hours. That's actually wild to me. Yeah, it was a great one. I hope you found some value. Thanks for everybody for interacting. It was great getting to know everybody here on stream. And yeah, have a great weekend. We'll be back at it Monday, same time. Happy building. Cheers. And let's do a quick breakthrough. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Fish. We have a core crew here. Let me keep scrolling up. Thank you, Stonesy. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Paper? Think I got the name right? Yeah, and for some reason, my stream won't let me go too far. Definitely not. Here, I'll send out just 5 more invites. On chat. Voila. And for real, we're ending at this time. So hope everyone has a great rest of the week. Enjoy your weekend. Go touch some grass, see the sun, let the sun touch your skin if you can. And we'll see you Monday. Happy building.